I'm your mother. I have the right. She said after secretly draining $41,000 from my savings to fix my brother's debt. I made one call that silenced her. I am 41 years old and I have spent the most of my adult life as the person my family calls when something needs to be mended. There are no damaged pipes or electrical problems. Money is always money. It started simply when I was 26. Linda's auto payment was a few hundred here and there. Then it increased. My brother Ryan's rent for the 8 months he was between jobs. Dad's insurance ran out, leaving him with unpaid medical bills. I was alerted about family vacations after I scheduled them with the understanding that I would give my fair share. I've never said no. That is the thing about dependability. People stopped asking questions and instead made assumptions. Ryan is 3 years younger than me. And if there is one constant in our family, it is that he has always been the golden child, the athlete in high school, the kind guy at family gatherings, the one who could do no wrong, even while he did everything wrong. He worked 5 different jobs in 11 years, bought a truck he couldn't afford, and married a woman who shared his taste for luxury goods. Linda and Mark grew softer with each passing autumn. I was the one holding the pillow. Ryan bought his home 5 years ago and I realized it was a stretch. His credit was weak, and he barely had enough money to make a down payment. But Linda was overjoyed. She called me that night, full of pride, to tell me how Ryan was finally settling down, building equity, and becoming a true grown-up. I congratulated him. I sent a housewarming gift. I didn't mention that I'd been renting the same small unit for 6 years since I was too focused with keeping everyone else afloat. What I didn't tell anyone was that I had created a separate savings account 3 years ago, a true emergency fund that no one in my family knew about. I had learned the hard way that if they knew there was money available, they would find an excuse to spend it on someone else's emergency. 20% of each paycheck was deposited into the account. There is no debit card or check associated, only a gradual and consistent level of security. $45,000 is mine. That number mattered. It represented each time I ate ramen to pay someone else's tab. My entire trip was canceled because my family urged me to stay hydrated. I used to smile whenever Ryan got a new fancy device while I wore the same jacket for 4 winters. But Linda was unaware that I had taken extra precautions. When Mark attempted to access an old joint account that we had forgotten to close, I grew concerned. I established multi-factor authentication, biometric security transfer limits, and a fraud alarm set to activate on transactions over $600. The account was secure, which gave me peace of mind, or so I thought. Last Tuesday afternoon everything changed. I'd just gotten home from work, dressed in business casual, tie loosened, and ready for a peaceful evening. Then I recognized Linda's car in the guest parking lot. She never simply stopped by. We had Sunday meals, planned visits, and not impromptu trips. The second surprise was her grin when I opened the door. Not her usual welcome. This was unique, triumphant, and nearly euphoric. She held a folder in her hands. Manila, affordable, somewhat bowed edges. I have something to show you, she said, passing me without asking. You're going to be so proud of me. I cautiously shut the door, a strange weight descending on my chest. She sat on my couch and patted the cushion, like if I were 10 years old. I remained standing. This is when she accessed the folder. The folder contained bank statements. Mine. For a moment my mind couldn't process it. Those were my account numbers, balances, and emergency fund put down as proof. How did you get these? I asked. Linda waved her hand. That doesn't matter, sweetheart. What matters is that I found a solution to Ryan's problem. My stomach dropped. What's the solution? She took out another sheet of paper. A payment confirmation for yesterday. I deposited $41,000 of my savings to a mortgage company. Ryan's mortgage firm. The room sloped. My legs made the decision to sit down. You took my money. I used family money to help family, Linda added, as if I had overreacted. Ryan was 3 months overdue on his mortgage. 3 months. They were beginning the foreclosure procedure. He could have lost everything. I looked at the document, my account number, and the sum, which had abruptly changed to $4,000 from $45,000. This was my emergency fund. And it was an emergency. Your brother requires practical support, not a budgeting lesson or a small loan. He wanted someone to step up and protect his home, so I did. Yes, you are using your money, but you may rebuild the account. You're an excellent saver. Ryan needs it right now. 20 replies fought for my throat. What came out was, you stole from me. Do not be stupid. You can't take from your family. Besides, Ryan will repay you. I almost laughed. When? When he gets back to his feet. Once he gets this next promotion, he'll have enough money to repay you with interest. Probably. Probably. Lucas, I don't understand why you are so tough. Your sibling was in turmoil. We are family. Families benefit one another. I thought you'd be pleased that your money could be utilized for something beneficial rather than sitting in an account collecting dust. It was gathering security. It was building up peace of mind. Now it's time to thank your brother. He is quite relieved. You should have seen his expression when I told him the mortgage was current. He almost cried. He kept mentioning how fortunate he was to have a brother like you. I finally looked up at her. Really looked. She smiled, apparently proud of herself. She had taken $41,000 from me with no consent or discussion. And she sat on my couch, hoping for praise. How did you gain access to my account? It has security protocols. Linda appeared nervous for the first time. Well, I might have saved some of your old documents from when you lived at home. Social security card, birth certificate, and other related documents. I recall you proposing that you utilize our previous street address as a security response. It wasn't really difficult. Just a few phone calls and some forms. She had committed identity theft, fraud, and other crimes. She described it as if she had done me a favor. You had no right. I had every right. I'm your mama. I raised you. I fed, clothed, and provided for your educational needs. If anyone has the authority to decide what is best for this family, it is me. Something hot plunged into my chest. Clarity. You will thank me later, Linda said quietly as she stood and adjusted her clothes. You will understand once you have had enough time to think rationally. I did it for my family. I smiled as I glanced at her and the packet she had placed on my coffee table as a gift receipt. Not a genuine smile. Something else. If you think so, I replied kindly. She studied my countenance, trying to figure out if it was agreement or something else. She shrugged, kissed my forehead as if I were a child, and then left. The door clicked shut. I sat for 45 seconds. Then I picked up the phone. Except for the clicking of my refrigerator and computer, the flat was quiet. I sat at my kitchen table, a folder open beside me, and began documenting everything. Screenshots of my account history, photographs of payment confirmations, audio recordings that capture exactly what Linda said, timestamps and details, everything a lawyer would want. It was not a misunderstanding. This was a deliberate theft, with meticulous planning and execution. She had received my personal documents. She had impersonated me. She had bypassed security measures designed to prevent this. However, calling the bank immediately appeared inappropriate because it was overly reactive. If I reported this as fraud right now, Linda would get a lawyer. Ryan would circle the wagons. Mark would mediate, which meant encouraging me to drop it. I have seen this pattern before. Problems were absorbed. The consequences were spread. And those who create difficulties have learned nothing. Not this time. I spent an hour looking into bank fraud and identity theft protocols. The information was evident. If I reported it soon away, the bank would freeze everything, reverse the transaction, and possibly file a report with law enforcement. Ryan's mortgage payment would bounce. He'd be right back where he started, only worse, because bounced payments incur penalties and late fees. Linda would know exactly what I had done. There was poetry in that immediate outcome, but it seemed unnecessarily simplistic. They would simply feel abused by the bureaucracy. They would blame the system rather than themselves. 4 years ago, after the event with Mark and that old joint account, I decided to try something new. A fraud prevention method that goes beyond basic security. Any suspected action triggered an automated review period. Transfers may be reported and stored for 72 hours before being completely processed. I was paranoid back then, but it served as a safety net. I accessed my bank's app and proceeded to the security settings. The fraud review process was still in operation and Linda's payment confirmation date indicated that the transfer had place yesterday afternoon. Thus it was still inside the review window. I called the bank's fraud prevention service. When the individual responded, I respectfully informed them that I needed to report unlawful access. The representative's tone changed to professional and efficient. Then she asked what I wanted them to do. I want the transaction reversed and my account frozen. No one may access it except me in person with photo identification. We can definitely do that, Mr. Hale. Given the circumstances, we will need to file a formal fraud report. Because the amount surpasses our threshold, legal action will most likely be taken. I paused. This was the nuclear option. Nuclear. Can we postpone the law enforcement element for 36 hours? I would like to address this internally first. The representative paused. I understand the sensitivity, but I'd like to be explicit. If we reverse the transfer, we will tell the receiving institution. There will be fines and costs incurred. This will have immediate consequences. I understand. Reverse it. I'll handle this right now. The reversal will occur within an hour. I hung up and looked at the phone. Within an hour, $41,000 would be returned to my account and Ryan's mortgage firm would be notified that the payment had been blocked due to fraud. Linda's phone would ring, Ryan would worry, and we'd both realize I hadn't just accepted what had happened. I looked at the clock. 5:51. I wondered how long it would take. I made dinner, warmed up the leftover spaghetti and ate it at my table while working on my laptop. It was just another Tuesday, except that my phone was resting next to my plate. I turned up the volume and checked in every few minutes. 6:22. Nothing yet. 6:41. Still quiet. At 7:05 it buzzed. Linda sent a text message. Call me when you get a chance. There was no sense of urgency or dread, only a casual demeanor that suggested she had no idea what was coming. I didn't react. My phone flashed up at 7:12 with her name. I let it ring 5 times before responding. Thank God, Lucas. I've been trying to comprehend something. Her voice was perplexed. I'm not worried yet. Just perplexed. What is happening? It's the oddest thing. The mortgage company called about an hour ago to say there was a problem with the payment I made for Ryan. Something about it being reversible. I do not understand. I have the confirmation right here. I took a drink of coffee. That is strange. They say that the payment was recognized as illegal and reversed, but this makes no sense. I have all of the documentation. I followed the correct procedures. What techniques exactly? Linda stopped temporarily. I utilized your account details to complete the transaction. You are aware that we discussed this earlier, Linda. We did not talk about anything. You told me what you had previously accomplished. Yes, absolutely, but the point is that the payment was made appropriately. Therefore, I don't understand why it would be reversed. Do you think it's a bank error? I put down my coffee. It is not an error. This time, the pause lasted longer. What do you mean? I mean, I phoned the bank this afternoon to report the transaction as fraudulent, which it was, so they reversed it. The silence was so long that I pondered, checking to see if the call had been disconnected. When Linda spoke again, her tone had completely changed. What have you done? I reported fraud. You accessed my account without authorization, using stolen personal information, and transferred funds without my permission. That's typical deception. The bank agreed. Lucas, this is ridiculous. I'm your mama, and we are family. You cannot accuse your own kin of fraud based on a misunderstanding. This was not a misunderstanding. You knew exactly what you were doing. You were the one who planned it. You have my documents. You impersonated me. Linda, these are crimes. Several offenses. I was assisting your brother with my money without my consent. I heard movement on her end, including footsteps and a door closing. When she spoke again, her voice was lower and tighter. Do you have any idea what you just did? Ryan's payment failed to clear. The mortgage company is enforcing fines. He is about to lose his house because of you. He is likely to lose his home since he has not paid his mortgage in 3 months, and you committed fraud believing there would be no repercussions. This is ridiculous. You are willing to end your brother's life for money. I am ready to defend myself against theft, even if the perpetrator is my mother. After everything we've done for you and what this family has given you, something within me snapped, not into rage, but into ice-cold clarity. What has this family offered you, Linda? Was it actually handed to me? Because from where I sit, I've given you thousands of dollars throughout the years. I've bailed Ryan out more times than I can recall. I have paid Mark's medical expenses. I paid for family trips to which I was not invited. So what did I get? My mother believes that my bank account is community property. Nonetheless, my brother struggles to pay his own mortgage. That's not fair. Fair. Is it fair that Ryan got a new car for graduation and I got a card? Is it fair that you pay for his wedding while advising me to keep mine small? Was it right that you took my $41,000 emergency fund, which I had accumulated for years, and gave it to him without asking? Linda's voice cracked. I believed you would understand. I understand perfectly. You chose Ryan over me again, like you normally do. This time, however, there will be ramifications. Lucas, please. This is something we cannot address. Let me speak with the bank. No, the account is locked. Only I have access to it right now. You are unable to touch it. Ryan is unable to touch it. Nobody can. I overheard another sound over the phone. Car door sounds. Linda took a sharp intake of breath. Ryan just pulled up. He got a call from the mortgage company. He is entering. Lucas, you need to fix this right now. I'm not mending anything. You broke it. You deal with it. I hung up. My hands were shaking. Not from fear but rather from adrenaline. After years of swallowing words, they were finally spoken. My phone rang 4 minutes later. Ryan's number. I let it go to voicemail. He called right back, again and again. The 5th time, I responded. What the heck did you do? Ryan's voice was full of hatred. I reported the scam to my bank. You got my mortgage payment reversed. Do you have any idea what this will cost me? The fines alone total around $2,800. Furthermore, they are accelerating my foreclosure process. I now have 30 days instead of 90. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate? This is my home, Lucas, my house. And you just ruined it because of what? Are you furious with Linda? I am not angry at Linda. I reported a crime. She took $41,000 from me. That constitutes criminal theft. She was attempting to help me with money that was not her own. I saved money. I needed money. She had no right to handle the money. Ryan's laugh was harsh. What do you need the money for? You don't have children. You don't own a house. You do not have a wife. You just stay in your condo hoarding money while the rest of us try to live real lives. Each phrase felt like a smack, but underneath was confirmation of how my family saw me. Not as a person with desires and goals, but as a resource to be used when convenient. You're correct. I don't have those items. Would you like to know why? Because whenever I save enough for a down payment, someone in my family has an emergency. I've spent 16 years as everyone's backup plan. And every time I try to defend myself, you call me selfish because you are selfish. This is family, Lucas. Families benefit one another. Ryan, help works both ways. Or at least it should. When was the last time you helped me? When was the last time you asked if I needed something? Silence. That's what I thought. Linda claimed you almost burst into tears when she informed you that the mortgage had been paid. Did you cry because you were grateful or relieved that someone else had resolved your issue? This is different. It isn't. It is the exact same pattern. You make decisions that you cannot afford. Linda allows you, and I pay for it literally. The only difference this time was that I said no. You said no by committing fraud. I reported fraud. Linda entered my account unlawfully. She utilized stolen papers. She impersonated me. These are crimes. The only reason she is not in handcuffs right now is since I urged the bank to postpone the police report that halted him. What? The bank wants to file quickly. I requested 36 hours to handle things internally, but if Linda attempts anything else, that protection disappears. The cops become involved. She is charged. You are bluffing. Call the bank. Inquire about the fraud report submitted this afternoon. See if I am bluffing. More silence. I could hear breathing and conversations in the background. So what do you want? Money. An apology. I do not want anything from you, and I am not repairing anything I did not break. Then what is the point? Is this just to harm us? The point is about limits. The point is about the repercussions. The key is that my money belongs to me and no one else can make judgments about it. Fine, keep your money, but you are also keeping the guilt when I lose my house. No, Ryan, it is on you. You are 3 months overdue on your mortgage. How did this happen? Where is your money gone? He did not respond. The truck, I muttered as the pieces clicked together. You purchased a new vehicle 7 months ago. $49,000, when your old one worked properly. That is where your mortgage money went, was it not? My old truck had 152,000 miles and operated well. You wanted a new vehicle. You selected the new truck. When you could not afford both payments, you opted for the truck. Now you want me to feel guilty for not rescuing you from your own actions. You do not understand. I understand perfectly. You chose pride over duty. That is okay. But the repercussions are yours, not mine. Linda is weeping. She is weeping at the kitchen table. Linda is weeping because she was caught. You are really not going to help. I am really not. Then we are done. You and I. After this, we are over. Something inside of me calmed. Not sad. Relief. Okay. Okay. That is all you need to say. What else is there? You've stated your position clearly. I've stated it plainly. We disagree on whether stealing from relatives is appropriate. This appears to be a fairly basic distinction. Ryan hung up without saying another word. I sat there with my phone, hoping to feel something. Guilt, despair and fury. But all I felt was exhaustion, as if I'd been carrying a weight for years and had finally let it go. My cell phone vibrated. A text from Mark. Your mother is very unhappy. Call me. I looked at the message. Mark never gets involved in family dramas. He was responsible for maintaining order and ensuring that everything ran smoothly. I understood what calling him meant. He would like to make a compromise. The solution would require me to give Ryan money again, and I would be right back where I began. I turned off my phone and went to bed. I called in sick to work the next day, not because I was physically ill, but because I needed time to reflect. My phone remained off until midday. When I eventually turned it on, it displayed 42 missed calls, 26 text messages, and 5 voicemails. I didn't check any of them. Instead, I drove to the bank. Emily, the manager, greeted me with professional concern. I heard about it yesterday, Mr. Hale. I really apologize. Thank you. I need to make some changes to my account. We spent an hour sifting through everything. I canceled the savings account where the theft occurred and opened a new one with different numbers. I increased the security levels. I eliminated any recovery contacts my family might have. I changed every security question to something only I would know. Emily replied with sadness. I hate that you have to do this. But I get why. Has my mother tried to contact the bank? Emily hesitated. I am unable to discuss other customers, but I can assure you that any attempts to reverse the fraud reversal would be futile and would result in the police report we have on hold. Good. I left the bank feeling lighter. My money was secure. This time, it's actually secure. My phone rang as I was driving home. An unknown number. Lucas Hale is speaking. This is Sarah Mitchell from First National Mortgage. I'm calling regarding Ryan Hale's account. Our records show you as an authorized contact. I'm not an authorized contact. You have old information. I'm calling to discuss payment options for yesterday's return payment. I'm not discussing anything. The mortgage is Ryan's responsibility, not mine. I understand how delicate this is. However, I wanted to see if there could be a private deal to avoid foreclosure. So there it was. The mortgage company is looking for money from anyone connected to Ryan. There is no agreement. Ryan must handle this himself. Mr. Hale, your brother has 30 days before we proceed with the foreclosure. If there is any way you can assist him. Number. My family took $41,000 from me to pay Ryan's mortgage. The bank rejected it as fraudulent. That is why you are calling. Now you're attempting to shame me into freely surrendering money that I've already taken. The answer is no. Don't call this number again. I hung up and blocked the number. That evening Mark called. Lucas, what do we need to talk about in this situation? About what you're doing to this family. What am I doing? Mark. Linda stole from me. She committed fraud. She made an error. It is a mistake to use excessive salt in soup. This was calculated. She took my documents, impersonated me, and committed a crime. Mark sighed. Your family, not you, is incorrect about the legalities. Families work through difficulties. I did not make matters worse. I prevented a crime from having no consequences. Your mother is distraught. She hasn't eaten much in 3 days. Then perhaps she shouldn't have stolen $41,000. The money would have simply remained in your account. You weren't using it. So there it was. The essential belief. My money was not on my mind. That money represented my security, safety net, and future. Just because I'm not using it right now doesn't mean it's available for others to take. Nobody was taking. Your mother borrowed on Ryan's behalf without asking, without permission, and without a realistic repayment plan. That is taking. That is stealing. Silence. Then quieter. What do you want me to say? Your mother was mistaken. Okay, she was wrong. But what's done is done. The question is, what should we do next? We do nothing. Linda is struggling with the consequences of her decisions. Ryan deals with his, and I defend what is mine. If Ryan loses his house, he will lose it. This does not signify the end of the world. He can rent. He's capable of downsizing. He can make different choices. You sound extremely cold. I sound finished. I've been the family banker for 16 years, and the only time I draw a line I get chilly. I'm selfish. I'm wrecking the family. Have you heard how it sounds? Mark did not respond promptly. He changed his voice, making it sound older. Linda would like to know if you will attend Sunday dinner. No, Mark. I'm not sitting at a table pretending everything is fine when everyone believes I'm the villain. If you want to eat dinner with me, we can do so somewhere else. It's just us. However, I no longer prepare meals for my family. Are you truly willing to destroy this family for money? I am prepared to defend myself against those who think my boundaries are negotiable. If something destroys the family, it may not have been as strong in the first place. Mark hung up without a goodbye. I stood in my kitchen, phone in hand, feeling the gravity of what had just occurred. I had virtually cut myself off from my family. I waited for guilt to strike. It didn't arrive. Instead, I felt space, freedom to breathe, and relief from the constant fear of what disaster would strike next. I sat down at my laptop and finished something I'd been putting off for 4 years. I started looking for genuine homes in my price range. The next morning I called a realtor. 4 weeks later, I closed on a small townhouse with 3 bedrooms, a new kitchen, and a small garden. That was mine. I did not notify or invite my family, nor did I share any photos with them. I recently moved in on a Saturday with the help of 2 co-workers who had become close friends. Sitting on my couch in my living room on the first night in my new home, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. My phone had been silent. Linda stopped making daily calls. Ryan has stopped sending texts. Even Mark had stopped reaching out. I understood what it meant. I'd been cut off, excommunicated for having boundaries, and I was fine with it until 5 weeks later, when my doorbell rang on a Sunday afternoon. I looked through the peephole and saw Linda standing alone on my doorstep. There was no folder this time, just her pocketbook and a tired expression. I almost didn't open the door, but curiosity won. How did you find me? I contacted your workplace and informed them that I was your mother with an emergency. They gave me your new address. I made a mental note to report it to HR. What do you want? Can I come in? No. Linda flinched. Lucas, please. I just want to talk. We talked. You explained why you believed that stealing from me was justified. I explained that it wasn't. There is nothing more to say. Ryan lost his house. I didn't react. They foreclosed 3 weeks ago. He and Lauren are now staying with us. It is extremely crowded and cramped. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? Because you don't sound sorry. Perhaps I was slightly pleased. Not because Ryan was suffering, but because the consequences had arrived. What would you like me to say, Linda? I told you what would happen. Ryan had alternatives. He could have sold the truck. He might have worked more hours. He had the option of shrinking. He chose not to. That is on him. He is your brother. He's a 34-year-old man trying to figure out his own life. Linda's eyes filled with tears. This time, they were real. When did you become so hard? You stole $41,000 from me and expected me to thank you. I came to apologize. It astonished me. Okay. I apologize. I apologize for accessing your account without your permission. I am sorry I didn't ask. I apologize for justifying it by telling myself I was helping my family. The words were correct, but the delivery seemed odd, as if it had been rehearsed. Why now? Why apologize now, after 5 weeks of silence? Linda turned away. Because things are so bad at home. Ryan and Lauren are always fighting. Mark is stressed. The house is too small, and I hoped that if I apologized, you would agree to help. There it was. Not a genuine apology, but a transaction. No, Linda. Please, we need. I don't really care what you need. For 16 years, I cared. I gave. I made sacrifices. And as soon as I finished, you all cut me off as if I hadn't mattered. Things are difficult right now. And you suddenly remember that I exist. That is not family, Linda. This is exploiting people. We are not using you. Yes, you are. You've always been. And I'm done being exploited. I have my own life now. I own a house. My personal plans, which do not include funding for others' choices. Linda's face stiffened. The melancholy vanished. You've changed. No. I finally gave up pretending that what this family did to me was normal, acceptable, or loving. So that's all. You're going to abandon us. I'm going to live my life. You are welcome to participate as long as you stay within my boundaries. But if you can't, and all you want is access to my money, we're done. Linda looked at me for a long time. She turned and walked back to her car, saying nothing else. I closed the door and stood in my entrance, my hands trembling slightly and my pulse racing. I had just burned the last bridge, making it clear that there was no going back to the way things were. It felt both terrifying and liberating. 7 months later, I'm writing from my home office, which I converted from the second bedroom. I was promoted twice after separating from my family. It turns out that not constantly worrying about other people's problems helps you perform better at work. I haven't heard from Linda or Ryan in 6 months. Mark sends me quick, neutral texts on occasion to see if I'm still alive. I respond in the same manner. Last week I got an SMS from an unknown number. It was Lauren, Ryan's wife. I'm not sure you'll see this, but I wanted to let you know we're doing well. Ryan landed a better paying job. We are renting a small flat. It is not the house, but rather ours. Perhaps he had to lose everything. He is different now. Be more responsible. Anyway, I thought you should know. I did not respond, but I saved the message. Not because I wanted to reconcile, but because it reaffirmed my long-standing beliefs. Consequences educate. Enabling doesn't. I'm now dating someone, a woman I met at a coffee shop. She has no idea about my family's problems, other than that we are not close. She does not ask for specifics. She respects boundaries. It's refreshing. We're thinking about moving in together next year, possibly getting a dog and making our own life, rather than borrowing, stealing, or giving it away to others who don't appreciate it. Linda brought me a folder that day, which I still have. I kept it in a drawer as a reminder of what I got back, rather than what was stolen. My dignity, my boundaries, my life, and $41,000 that will never fall into the wrong hands. My sister took my bedroom, called me the servant. Months later, I brought the deed to court. Now she's living under court-ordered house arrest. My boyfriend, Adrian, died while working extra to pay for our honeymoon. I was meant to wear white. I wore black instead. The construction site that had swallowed him whole vomited a check. They referred the blood money as life insurance. I couldn't touch it. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't stand. Vivian, my sister, swooped in like a vulture disguised as a dove. "I've got you," she said, canceling florists with one hand and organizing funeral programs with the other. 20 months elapsed in the course of a daily morphine drip. Then Stefan appeared. "Met him downtown," Vivian declared, dragging this unemployed contractor home with a smile that never reached his eyes. 4 weeks later, he had infested our grandmother's house like black mold, creeping from room to room and remaining unnoticed until the damage was done. Vivian and I had inherited only a year before Adrian's death, and while Adrian and I had previously lived alone, Vivian and Stefan appeared to be permanent. "We need to talk about finances," Vivian said one morning, pushing papers over the breakfast table. "Since we both inherited, you should contribute. Just utilities at first." I was drowning. She threw me an anchor and referred to it as a life reserve. $1,600 each month. That is reportedly what co-owners pay each other via the shell corporation my sister set up overnight. Only I didn't realize that, so I signed where she indicated, worked double shifts to finance my own place, and pretended not to notice when Adrian's tools vanished into Stefan's truck. They seized our main bedroom, which Adrian and I had painted sunrise yellow to symbolize fresh beginnings. "Stefan has a bad back," Vivian said, shifting my belongings to the guest room. "You understand?" I couldn't understand anything anymore. The house was remodeled. I became the ghost haunting my own life while they pretended to be a happy family. "Our roommate," Vivian would say at events, waving toward me like furniture. I'd stand there, hollowed out, paying for their house and food while they only provided gaslighting and stealing. "Grandma's jewelry disappeared. It must have been stolen," Vivian murmured, her emotions well-timed. "We should change the locks." My childhood friend Isabel attempted to save me. I saw the weight slide off my bones and the bruises under my eyes. But Vivian had weaponized my anguish. "Marianne insists on paying more rent." "It's survivor's guilt. Marianne gave us the bedroom. She can't sleep there anymore. Marianne's hostile to anyone trying to help." They recorded everything. Photos depicting my despair. Audio recordings of my emotional collapse on Adrian's death anniversary. Papers were signed through tired tears. They were developing a case, gathering evidence, and plotting my demise. The bank then contacted and informed Adrian that his safety deposit box needed to be renewed. I had no notion Adrian had a safe deposit box. When I told Vivienne, her face turned corpse white during supper. "You're obsessing," she snapped. "It's unhealthy." When I insisted on attending, she placed an eviction notice on the table. 28 days, the documents I had mindlessly signed were a lease. I was a tenant in my own house. Stefan snapped his knuckles. "I'll call the cops myself if you don't go quietly." That night, I ran to a motel. That's when I had my first coherent thought in months. Adrian had mentioned something. Just before he died, he remarked, "I'm securing our future." Despite their warnings, I went to the bank. The difficulty was that I needed Adrian's keys, which were inside my house. When I returned, the locks had changed. A restraining order adorned the door like a twisted welcome mat. I had seemingly threatened violence. This was news to me, but Vivian had proof. Videos and texts were taken out of context. Isabel, too, was looking at me sideways. I consulted a lawyer, whose only advice was, "Eviction takes months. Keep paying rent, or you risk breaching the lease." Meanwhile, Vivian had put the house for sale as sole owner. The safe deposit box required 2 lawyers to open. I had to give confirmation that Adrian had died, and had designated me as his beneficiary and successor. But it was all worth it when I saw Adrian's final present to me. A deed to my grandmother's home, and a letter. He had purchased Vivian's half 8 months before his death. "Your sister's drowning in debt," he wrote. "I'm protecting you. She doesn't own anything anymore. The check's been cashed. It's done." She had known. God, she knew. Every month she would collect rent on a house she did not own. Every lie about assisting me was premeditated, and every tear was carefully placed. She'd been robbing me blind as I cried myself hollow. My telephone rang. Vivian's voice had slipped its cover, threatening to commit me. She recounted the evidence they'd created, Stefan's contacts at the state hospital, and how they'd locked me up until I forgot Adrian. I forgot the house. I forgot everything. "We've done our homework, Marianne. Who's going to believe the crazy grieving girl over her caring sister?" I hung up and stared at the deed that may destroy them. My hands didn't shake anymore. Grief had consumed everything soft, leaving just sharp edges and the shadow of Adrian's safety. They had stolen everything else. They would not steal this. The battle for my life had just begun. I drove straight to the 24-hour copy facility, my hands firmly on the wheel for the first time in months. The act burned in my purse like a live coal. I wanted duplicates, backups, and proof that wouldn't vanish if they got their hands on the original. The fluorescent lights made everything appear sickly and yellow. I fed the deed into the machine and watched it scan each line. 25 copies. I would hide them everywhere. My lawyer's office, a new safe deposit box, and possibly even mail one to me at work. While I was making copy after copy, I knew Vivian was at home shredding documents. Isabel had texted me earlier about watching her through the window as she fed document after document into their new industrial shredder. Bank statements, most likely. Anything that revealed the money route. My phone vibrated. A reminder to pick up my prescription at the pharmacy. I'd need my anxiety medication if I was going to make it through this conflict. The copies were finished printing, and I carefully sorted them into individual envelopes. The grocery store pharmacy remained open till midnight. I parked and entered through the sliding doors, past the withered flowers and day-old pastries. The pharmacist recognized me. I had been coming here since Adrian died. I offered my name and date of birth while watching her write into the computer. Her visage shifted, as bewilderment spread across her features. Behind me, I heard a familiar cough. Not just any cough. Adrian's nervous cough, which he exhibited when he was anxious. My blood froze. I turned slowly. Vivian stood in the next line, coughing again. She grinned when she spotted me gazing. Then she approached the other pharmacy technician. "I'm here to pick up my prescription," she stated firmly. "Marianne Morrison, Marianne. The pharmacy technician began typing. I opened my lips to object, but Vivian turned to me with the same lovely smile she'd honed over months of manipulation. "Oh, hi sis. Picking up your meds too. I'm getting mine. Well, yours actually. You asked me to grab them. Remember this morning when you were having that episode?" The pharmacist looked between us, obviously uneasy. Other customers started paying attention. I maintained my voice level. "I didn't ask you to pick up anything. Those are my prescriptions." Vivian's expression shifted to one of anxiety. She repeated Adrian's cough and touched her chest. "Oh, honey. You're confused again. Remember, like when you forgot about signing the lease." She turned to face the gathered audience. "My sister's been having such a hard time since her fiancé died. Sometimes she forgets things." I took a step forward and pulled out my ID, saying, "I'm Marianne Morrison." "She's lying. Check her ID." But Vivian was already backing away, palms up in faux submission. "I don't want to upset you. I'll go. Please take your medication, Marianne. You need it." She fled, but the harm had been done. The pharmacist gave me that look I had grown to despise, half pity, half dread. She handed me my medication carefully, as if I was going to explode. I took the bag and headed to the parking lot. Vivian was waiting near my car, leaning against the driver's door. There are no witnesses out here. Just the two of us beneath the harsh parking lot lights. Get away from my car. She did not move. I know about the deed, Marianne. Stefan has friends at the bank. They called us right after you left. I came to a halt 10 feet away, clutching the keys between my fingers. Then you know you've been stealing from me every month while I grieved. Stealing. Her voice became loud and theatrical. A couple pushing a trolley glanced over. You're saying I'm stealing now, after everything I've done for you? She raised her voice higher. Marianne, you're having another episode, just like after Dad died. The couple came to a complete stop. The woman took out her phone. I recognized the look. She was recording. Stop it, I whispered softly. Stop lying. I'm not the one who's lying, Vivian nearly yelled now. You threatened me. You said you'd burn the house down. That's why we had to get the restraining order. She grasped her chest and hyperventilated. Please, someone help. She's not well. More people gathered. Someone inquired if they should contact 911. I stood there trapped, knowing that whatever I said would only make things worse. Vivian had nailed her performance. I walked back to my car, taking the long way around. Vivian stepped back, still portraying the worried sister. As I drove away, I noticed her in my rearview mirror, being consoled by bystanders who believed they had witnessed a deadly confrontation. My telephone rang. My attorney's office. The paralegal sounded odd and reluctant. Ms. Morrison, I'm sorry to call so late, but we need to discuss something. It's about your sister. My stomach sank. What about her? She's been listed as a reference for an apartment for my daughter. She's starting college and, well, your sister is the landlord for one of the properties we're looking at. I didn't realize the connection until today. Juliet, a paralegal, had been assisting me in preparing my case. She knew everything, and her daughter required something from Vivian. I understand, I murmured, despite how tight my throat felt. You have to do what's best for your daughter. I'm not abandoning your case, Juliet responded hastily. But I might need to step back from some aspects to avoid any conflicts. Another ally conceded. Vivian was playing chess as I was still learning the rules. The next morning I faced an unthinkable decision. My lawyer had set an emergency meeting to discuss obtaining an instant injunction. But Isabel had emailed me a photo of Vivian in the garage with boxes, pulling out what appeared to be Adrian's work notebooks, which had all of his project notes, blueprints, and possibly even evidence of the house purchase. I could not be in two places at once. The lawyer appointment would set legal precedent, but the notebooks could contain invaluable evidence. I sat in my motel room, frozen by the decision. I chose a lawyer. It felt like treason to leave Adrian's notes at Vivian's hands. However, I needed legal protection more than sentimental stuff. Or so I told myself. The meeting lasted 4 hours. We filed for an emergency hearing to contest the eviction, documented the deed, and began preparing a fraud case. The sun was fading when I departed. Isabel called as I was driving back. You need to see this, she said. Vivian's having some kind of dinner party. She gave me photographs from the neighborhood's Facebook group. The message read, Grief Support Dinner. We're supporting each other through loss. Pictures showed Vivian feeding lasagna to a dozen neighbors. Stefan charmed everyone with his stories. My absence was highlighted in the comments as too frail to join us just now. They were presenting themselves as the steady, caring pair, while portraying me as the damaged sister who couldn't cope. Every neighbor who came became a possible witness to their interpretation of reality. My automobile began producing a grinding noise near the motel. Then my phone died. Not just the battery, but everything was black. The motel manager knocked on my door, requesting payment for another week. There were 3 crises going on at the same time, only one of which directly touched Vivian, but all of them required quick response. I dealt with the motel first, spending half of my remaining cash to book another week. The car would need to wait. I walked to the petrol station to purchase a cheap phone charger, trying to restore my connection to the outside world. The gas station's ATM accepted my card, and I withdrew my daily limit. I needed every dime for the upcoming court fight. As I tallied the bills, I assisted a young mother whose car wouldn't start by providing her jumper cables from my trunk. It felt good to help someone, to be useful rather than useless. I didn't realize the man at the gas station was taking shots of me. I didn't notice him texting swiftly. Stefan's pal from his construction days. But I wouldn't find out till later. 3 days later, Vivian attempted to tap the home's equity line of credit. I learned about it from a bank cashier who remembered Adrian. She called me and whispered that my sister had absolutely broken down when she was denied access. She had a panic attack right there in the lobby, the teller explained. We had to call paramedics. She kept insisting that she needed the money for her ailing sister's care. Even her actual grief became a weapon, eliciting pity from everybody who saw it. The bank employees would remember the frantic woman trying to assist her troubled sister, not the crook attempting to steal from a house she did not own. My goddaughter's birthday celebration was that weekend. I'd missed it, of course. The restraining order made attendance difficult. But Daniel, my closest friend's husband, brought their daughter to see me at the motel. Aunt Vivienne gave me the best present, she said, displaying a new tablet. She said, "You were too sick to come to my party, but she brought extra cake for you. She's been taking me to ice cream every week since you got sick." I mustered a grin and hugged her tightly. After they went, I sat in my motel room, crying. Vivienne was stealing my family's relationships one by one. The following hit came from an unexpected direction. I drove carefully past the house, always maintaining a legal distance, and noticed Adrian's work truck in the driveway. Not just any truck, but his particular one, which he had modified himself. Vivienne had it. And there, visible through the back window, was a manila folder that stopped my heart. Even from the street I could see Adrian's handwriting on the tab. Work contracts, maybe including documents for the house purchase, but I couldn't touch them. The restraining order rendered the truck as unreachable as the moon. I saw evidence that could save me. But taking it would throw me in jail. That night desperation prevailed. I needed my prescription refills, which Vivienne had tried to steal. They were inside the house, in the medicine cabinet I had stocked just days before the eviction. Without them, I'd have to spend hundreds out of pocket. I didn't have any money. I waited till 3 a.m. The home was dark. I knew which window wouldn't lock properly. Adrian had intended to mend the bathroom window. I moved like a shadow, relying on muscle memory to navigate my own home. Of course the medication cabinet was empty, but I found my prescriptions in Vivienne's room, along with papers I had not had time to read. I grabbed only what was mine and returned to the window. The flash was blinding. Motion-activated camera, installed since my expulsion. Then another flash. Vivienne's Ring doorbell filmed me climbing out the window of my own home. By morning the photographs had spread. The concerned neighbor's Facebook group, the police complaint, and my lawyer's email relayed from Vivienne's attorney. Clear pictures showed me breaking into the house, looking just like the dangerous, unstable guy Vivienne had described. The hospital called that afternoon. The patient advocate who had assisted me following Adrian's death and held my hand through the most difficult day of my life had chosen a new position. She now worked for the psychiatric clinic where Vivienne's therapist worked, the same therapist who would conduct my court-ordered mental health evaluation. "I wanted you to hear it from me," she explained. "I'll recuse myself from anything involving your case, but I thought you should know. Another chess piece has moved. Another ally was neutralized. Vivienne and Stefan were playing a long game, and I was only starting to learn the rules." Mother Elise called that evening. Her voice was cautious, apprehensive. "Honey." Vivienne showed me the photos, the break-in. "It's just like when your father died. Remember? You got confused then too. Forgot which house was yours." I wanted to shout that I was 17 years old when Dad died, and that grief-stricken teenage bewilderment was nothing compared to this. But Vivienne had sown the seed precisely. Mom was reliving my darkest events and saw patterns that didn't exist. "I'm not confused, Mom. The house is mine. Adrian bought Vivienne's half." "Sweetheart," she gasped. "Vivienne showed me the lease, your signature and the bank statements showing you paying rent. Why would you pay rent on your own house?" "Because I was drowning. I trusted my sister. Because grief had rendered me foolish." But those explanations seemed like excuses to me. The neighborhood's Facebook group became a minefield. Someone expressed condolences on the anniversary of Grandmother Odette's death. I said thank you and shared a recollection of her garden. Within hours, Vivienne had screenshotted my response and added her own note about how I was fixated on the past and unable to move on in my sadness. My simple thank you became evidence of instability. Every word I wrote was distorted, reframed, and weaponized. I stopped responding, yet silence was interpreted as antisocial conduct. I could not win. I began driving by the house at several occasions, always legally and from the right distance, but the neighbors observed. They began tracking my drive-bys in a shared document, with times and dates logged as if I were a stalker. They sent it to Vivienne out of genuine concern for her safety. Then came the letter. Vivienne produced it at her lawyer's office, claiming she discovered it in Adrian's belongings. His handwriting seemed to indicate that he wanted his life insurance split between both sisters. He loved you both, her lawyer clarified. He wanted to take care of family. The letter was great. Too perfect. However, establishing forgery would require expertise, money, and time, which I did not have. And one detail made my blood run cold. Adrian's worry over the wedding was mentioned in the letter, which he had only before revealed to me. Vivienne had been listening on our private conversations. Later, I noticed Adrian's phone plan was still active and auto-paying from his account, which I now had authority over. She had access to his voicemail, texts, and possibly even his cloud storage. Sleeping became impossible. 3 nights without sleep made me sloppy. I ran a red light near the primary school and didn't notice it until too late. The crossing guard was present. Thank goodness there were no children, but she did get a good look at my face, my worn hollow eyes. By the afternoon, the incident had been posted on the Facebook group. Dangerous driving near a school. He appeared inebriated. Putting our children at risk. With each comment, Vivienne hammered another nail into my coffin. Sophie called that night. My childhood best buddy is now married to Daniel. She cried. He says I have to choose, she cried. Either I stop enabling your delusions or he's filing for divorce. He thinks you're dangerous, that you'll drag me down with you. I have kids, Marianne. I can't lose them. I informed her that I understood. I did. But understanding didn't make it any less painful when she stopped answering my calls. The coffee shop had been my safe haven, the only spot in town where I could relax and contemplate without feeling monitored. But that also changed. When I sat down, the regulars began to switch tables. When I walked in, the conversations came to a stop. One brave soul, who I'd known just peripherally for years, eventually showed me why. The Neighborhood Watch Facebook page, which I was not allowed to join, had a lengthy conversation regarding my troubling behavior. Photos of me in the pharmacy, grocery store surveillance film, and the parking lot confrontation video. I thought you should see what they're saying, she said quietly, then hurriedly departed before anyone noticed her chatting to me. The thread was terrible. Neighbors are examining my body language, weight loss, and aggressive posture. Stefan provided useful insight about my history of instability and their efforts to seek me help. Then Vivienne executed her masterstroke. She said Adrian murmured something to her in the ICU, as I left to contact his parents. His last words, she said, were about taking care of me and making sure I got help with my difficulties. That was great. I had not been there. Nobody had. But the ICU nurse was moved by the narrative and wrote it in her personal grief diary, which she used to process difficult cases. She had written down everything Vivienne had told her, and it was now documented as confirmation of Adrian's ultimate intentions. Clara, my co-worker, pulled me aside at work. She needed a favor. Her custody fight was heating up, and Vivienne's link at the county clerk's office could help speed up some paperwork. Could I understand if she needed to maintain some space temporarily? Everybody had a purpose. Everyone had something to lose, and Vivienne knew just which pressure points to press. I found the jewelry. Isabel had purchased a bracelet from the pawn shop and recognized Grandmother Odette's inscription. I had the receipt, which proved that Vivienne had lied about it being stolen. But when I proudly offered this information to everybody who would listen, I appeared petty and vengeful. Who cares about jewelry when your sister is only trying to help you? The truth was beginning to seem like a burden. Every piece of evidence I discovered made me appear worse, obsessed, unwilling to let go, and focused on material possessions rather than healing. The breaking moment occurred at Target. I discovered a difference in Vivienne's story, indicating that she had lied about where she was when Adrian's insurance check arrived. I genuinely laughed while standing in the store, clutching the receipt that confirmed her deceit. The security camera captured it all, a scruffy woman giggling maniacally in the middle of Target, clutching a piece of paper. The footage was sent to Vivienne's lawyer as proof of my abnormal emotional responses and worsening mental state. I sat in my hotel room that night, surrounded by evidence that painted me as insane as it did Vivienne as guilty. Every fact I uncovered was surrounded with optics that made me appear unstable. The war was no longer about truth. It was about perspective. And Vivienne was winning. I thought about Adrian, his meticulous planning, and his efforts to safeguard me. He saw this coming, or something similar. But he perished before he could complete our defenses. Now I was alone, fighting a war on numerous fronts with depleting resources and fewer allies by the day. The restraining order prohibited me from returning home. The fabricated proof isolated me from my family. The gossip campaign isolated me from my community. But I still had the deed. Something Vivienne couldn't fake, take, or twist. Adrian's last present. He provides protection from beyond the grave. I examined the papers sprawled across my motel bed. Medical records, bank statements, text messages. A paper trail of truth that appeared insane to anyone who didn't know the entire tale. Both sisters were unable to endure this. Vivienne had made it known from the beginning. She'd created a narrative in which I was either lying or insane, and assisting me meant enabling delusion. I had been playing defense, reacting to each new attack, attempting to prove my sanity while she demonstrated her instability. But it was a losing game. Every denial resembled paranoia. Every piece of evidence suggested obsession. The struggle for my life had taken an unexpected turn, and I was running out of options. Stefan attended my grief support group the following Tuesday. Before he sat down, I knew his swagger, the practiced ease with which he infiltrated spaces. He introduced himself as someone who had lost a brother in construction, echoing Adrian's favorite book on finding meaning after loss. My gut nodded as I saw the gang warmly embrace him. He knew things only Adrian would know, including Adrian's exact coffee order every morning, and how he tapped his hard hat 3 times before entering a site. Details I shared in this safe environment are now weaponized. When someone mentioned my absence, Stefan voiced concern for his sister-in-law, who was dealing with delusions. The group members shared knowing looks. I watched from my car across the street, having arrived late for my work. Through the glass, I could see him holding court, most likely telling stories about my instability. My sanctuary had been jeopardized. Another component of my support system was gradually eroded. The next morning, a revelation occurred that changed everything. I'd been calling various bank branches, attempting to track Adrian's actions before his death. The manager at the bank across town remembered him vividly. Not for the transaction, but for how frightened he'd appeared. Adrian was seen on security camera frequently peeking over his shoulder as he finished the house purchase paperwork. He had purposefully chosen this branch 25 miles from home to avoid Vivienne, who worked at our local branch. The manager recalls him asking twice if the transaction would be kept discreet. This evidence revealed Adrian was aware that Vivienne would try to stop him. It demonstrated preparation, protection, and fear of what she might do. But obtaining the tape required a court order, and my lawyer was unexpectedly unavailable. Juliet's daughter had taken the flat from Vivienne, and conflicts of interest were spreading like cancer throughout my legal team. I began piecing together the timeline in several ways. Adrian hadn't only recorded Vivienne's debts on our personal computer, he'd been writing notes in his work notebook, which Vivienne had destroyed as I sat in my lawyer's office. Isabel agreed that she had witnessed Vivienne burning pages in the backyard fire pit, feeding them into the flames with mechanical precision. Mother Elise called with an ultimatum. She'd been visiting Vivienne and witnessing the stable home she'd built, the concerned sister act polished over months. She now had to choose between supporting my delusions and losing access to Vivienne, or remaining neutral and keeping both girls in her life. Her voice trembled as she opted for neutrality. She could not lose both of us. She said she had already lost her father, but her neutrality meant no family gatherings where I might give evidence. There is no maternal support in court. There was no one to testify for my mental stability throughout my youth. Vivienne effectively orphaned me while retaining our mother. Desperation forced me to use Vivienne's tactics. If she could manage others through relationships, I could too. Stefan's ex-girlfriend worked at the coffee shop, which I could no longer visit. I began ordering deliveries from there, developing relationships with the drivers and learning her schedule. Finally, I ran into her at a petrol station. We talked about the weather as I recalled every detail she revealed about Stefan, including his gambling debts, previous efforts to move in with other women, and a habit of targeting mourning families. She had no idea she was giving me ammunition. She was only venting about an ex who had left her with thousands in credit card debt. The timetable for NA meetings at the community center was made public. I began attending Al-Anon meetings in the next room, timing my breaks to coincide with Vivienne's group leaving. Her sponsor, a kind woman named Brigitte, would always buy coffee from the vending machine thereafter. Week after week, I positioned myself beside that machine, talking about the weather and commenting on the broken button that never issued change. Slowly, cautiously, I discovered Vivienne's sobriety date. 2 years after she stated. She'd been using it when grandmother Odette was dying, when the will was being drafted, and when she agreed to help care for her. The breakthrough occurred from an unexpected source. Adrian's work partner's widow was cleaning out their storage unit when she discovered an old tablet that her husband had used on construction sites. Adrian had created voice recordings documenting safety issues, project notes, and his developing anxiety regarding Vivienne. His voice, recorded digitally, revealed finding checks missing from our shared account, Vivienne's increasingly erratic conduct, and her requests for money. He had been preparing a case to compel her into therapy following our wedding. The recordings were dated, geotagged, and undeniable. But Vivian had anticipated it. She made a bogus social media profile claiming to be Adrian's other fiancé, talking about their secret romance and how I had taken him away. The posts were backdated, the photographs were tastefully cropped from group shots, and the story was plausible enough to raise suspicions about the voice recording. Was Adrian documenting a sister-in-law's addiction or concealing an affair? My goddaughter had a recital that weekend. I had committed to attend months before, but the restraining order made it impossible. The empty seat in the auditorium was taken, put online, and used as proof of my neglect and desertion of family. The custody evaluator in Clara's case recorded my absence, adding it to a growing dossier of my unreliability. My credit cards were maxed out from legal bills, but Vivian suddenly had money for renovations. She had discovered Adrian's emergency fund, which he had concealed for our honeymoon, and was spending it to alter the property. Every modification she made increased its value, making it more difficult for me to pay to buy her out, even if I won the court battle. The clash at Adrian's favorite restaurant was unavoidable. I'd gone there for consolation, ordering his normal dinner and hoping to feel near to him. Someone notified Vivian and Stefan, and they came 20 minutes later. Always watched, always tracked. The sight that followed devastated the young waitress who had served Adrian and me our final lunch together. Vivian sobbed over my harassment. Stefan stood protectively alongside her, and I sat motionless while the manager asked me to leave. The other diners documented everything. Another viral video shows the crazy sister tormenting the mourning spouse. The waitress departed the next day, unable to cope with such public drama. Work became untenable. Court dates conflicted with shifts. My weariness resulted in blunders, and my reputation preceded me with new clients. When I requested unpaid leave, Stefan's cousin served as my temporary replacement. I overheard her on the phone during her first day, promising someone that the post will become permanent soon. Living in my car outside my own house became my new reality. I parked just outside the restraining order's perimeter, watching Vivian hold dinner parties in my grandmother's dining room, noticing shadows glide by windows I'd cleaned, and lights turn on in rooms I'd painted. The neighbors noted every night I spent there, adding to their stalking log. Mother Elise paid me a visit once, and we met at Adrian's grave. She implored me to let him lie in peace and to quit killing myself and those I loved. Her comments penetrated deeper than any of Vivian's lies. She actually believed I was losing myself in grief-fueled delusion, that my battle for justice was a manifestation of my unwillingness to accept truth. The investigation I'd undertaken had unexpected effects. Adrian's work acquaintance, who had exchanged personnel data revealing Adrian's worries about Vivian, was suspended pending an ethics investigation. His daughter questioned why Daddy was at home all day and why he appeared so melancholy. His wife considered divorce, unable to bear the financial burden and social disgrace of living with unstable Marianne. I was harming innocent lives in my search of the truth. Each ally who assisted me suffered a price: professional repercussions, social isolation, and familial pain. Vivian didn't need to assault them directly. Simply being around me became toxic. Isabel posed the topic I'd been avoiding during one of our few meetings. We sat in her car, the windows fogged from the rain, and she stared at me, fatigued. What if you were wrong about everything? What if grief had twisted your memories, made you see conspiracy where there was only concern? I couldn't respond instantly. Doubt came in like fog, obscuring the obvious distinctions I'd made between truth and falsehoods. Each piece of evidence can be interpreted differently. Every fact could support multiple stories. What if Vivian actually thought she was helping? What if I was the architect of my own demise? To maintain any credibility regarding my current mental state, I had to publicly disclose to previous issues. Yes, I had addiction troubles in college. Yes, I needed therapy following Dad's death. Yes, I had been on anxiety medication before meeting Adrian. Each disclosure intended to demonstrate my self-awareness became another brick in the wall that Vivian was constructing around me. The revelation about the work notebook stung the hardest. Adrian's old toolbox in my storage unit had his project journal. It contained explicit notes regarding Vivian skimming checks from our account. However, underneath, in my own handwriting, were dismissive remarks. Work stress. I'd written and spoken to him about paranoia. He tried to inform me. Adrian had noticed Vivian's capabilities months before he died, and I had discounted it as job worry. The proof I sought revealed my own blindness. How could I pretend to see clearly now that I'd been so mistaken before? Vivian's lawyer sought an emergency injunction while my lawyer was in surgery for a scheduled procedure. My case was handled by a junior associate who was overburdened, underprepared, and had to face Vivian's team alone. By the time my lawyer recovered, I couldn't afford to appeal the temporary orders. The more I looked into Vivian's intentions, the more intricate they were. She truly believed she deserved the inheritance after years of caring for grandmother Odette while I was living in the city. Every vacation I'd missed, every doctor's visit she'd gone to alone, every night she'd spent managing medications, it all built up to a debt she thought I owed. Her resentment was long-standing, fueled by addiction, entitlement, and Stefan's manipulation. She felt herself as the forgotten daughter, finally demanding her rights. She didn't believe she was stealing. She was acquiring what was rightfully hers. Fighting her became more difficult after I understood her point of view. It was easier to deal with enemies who were genuinely bad. But Vivian was broken, ill, and convinced of her own virtue. Every attack on me was, in her opinion, self-defense against the sister who had abandoned the family and now wished to take everything. To obtain justice, I had to go against Adrian's last wish. He asked me to protect Vivian, to get her help, and to keep her safe no matter what. But defending myself meant utterly exposing her, assuring she'd face repercussions that would end any possibility of healing. I was betraying my pledge to the man who died in an attempt to protect us both. The kind person I used to be vanished slowly, replaced by someone who could manipulate, plot, and exploit people's flaws. I befriended Stefan's daughter's teacher to learn more. I used Clara's custody struggle for leverage. I became everything I once despised. Survival demanded a metamorphosis. Brigitte's daughter eventually provided evidence, pointing out inconsistencies in Vivian's assertions during meetings. She said that Vivian claimed different sobriety dates to different people, and that Stefan was there to encourage her while distributing drugs in the parking lot. Small achievements that felt hollow when compared to who I had become to obtain them. A modest legal win occurred when the judge consented to review the deed, which coincided with seeing Vivian at Adrian's burial. She was sobbing and clutching the identical photo of him I had in my car. For a minute, she was merely my younger sister, devastated by loss and addiction, mourning the only man who had ever attempted to assist us both. My victory went to ash in my mouth. Vivian's counterclaim of elder abuse against grandmother Odette gained traction when she presented witnesses, neighbors who had seen me go for work while she stayed at home, and acquaintances who remembered Vivian handling grandma's care alone. The truth was more complicated, but complexity did not translate well in court. Everything depended on Stefan's ex-girlfriend's willingness to testify about his previous schemes, but she had a daughter, a job, and a life to safeguard. Coming forward meant risking Stefan's revenge, Vivian's connections, and the town's verdict. I was asking her to give up her serenity for my fight. Stefan's daughter texted me while I was sitting in my car examining legal documents. "Why are you so nasty to Daddy?" It read. She was 9, naive, and adored her father, who read her bedtime stories and fixed her bike. I'd tutored her in arithmetic and assisted her with her science fair project. Now I was the villain, attempting to destroy her family. Adrian's construction crew was divided down the middle. Old-timers who remembered his concerns about Vivian covertly assisted me, slipping me money for court bills and testifying about his fears. However, younger workers relied on Stefan for job, prioritizing survival over truth. The job place became a battleground for loyalties. Depositions revealed the varying standards of the legal system. Proving fraud required clear and compelling evidence, a high standard necessitating significant documentation. However, involuntary commitment simply required reasonable concern, a few images, testimony concerning erratic behavior, and frightened family members. Vivian was participating in a game where the rules favored her at every step. I called on Adrian's union connections, men who owed him favors and had vowed to look after his widow. They came through in part, providing testimony about his fears and confirming chronological elements, but none were willing to risk full involvement in what they perceived as family drama. Union politics could not afford the scandal. The news that broke my remaining innocence came from the union representative himself. Adrian knew Vivian was using again 8 months before his death. He'd documented everything, intending to force her into treatment after our wedding. But he'd kept quiet to save me from anxiety and offer me the perfect wedding day. He had died carrying that load alone. He was called to work overtime to pay for both a wedding and Vivian's projected treatment expenditures. His protection had been total, sacrificial, and ultimately fatal. I was carrying out the strategy that he died attempting to fulfill. The evidence in his toolbox was damning: images of Vivian high during family dinners, grocery receipts with matching dates at booze stores, and a timeline of rising turmoil. But it also revealed Adrian's fear of what Mom would do to me if confronted. His worry had proven to be prescient. Accepting unpleasant truths was what justice entailed. Adrian had chosen to protect me over rescuing himself. He'd worked himself to death rather than face the confrontation that was destroying everything. Every success in court felt like a betrayal of his sacrifices. Committing to finishing what Adrian started required taking on the whole weight of his plan. Treatment for Vivian, safety for me, and family preservation wherever possible. But his death tainted the timeline, transforming a cautious involvement into a desperate war. Vivian's overconfidence eventually presented an opening. During what she thought was a secret therapy session, she admitted to knowing about the house ownership for months. She'd been plotting her strategy, waiting for me to be vulnerable enough to attack. However, treatment tapes may be subpoenaed with proper cause, and her therapist was legally obligated to release them. The recording was heartbreaking. Vivian's voice was clear and calculated as she described how she had used my grief, intimidated me with Stefan, and established evidence of instability. She laughed at the restraining order and called me pitiful for believing her. Even her therapist appeared astonished, but I had no enjoyment in delivering this data. Watching Vivian realize she'd been trapped by her own words, and seeing her confidence shatter, left her exhausted. We'd both become individuals Adrian wouldn't recognize, warped by grief and greed into weapons against one another. The trend of financial elder exploitation was discovered through diligent record-keeping. Bank records proved that Vivian drained grandmother Odette's accounts while I was at work, forging check signatures and selling jewelry for money. The prosecutor described it as one of the clearest cases he had encountered, but clear cases still necessitated trials, evidence, and public humiliation of an already broken family. Both sides approached the final hearing with the grim determination of soldiers marching to war. Neither of us could come out unscathed, even the best outcome would leave us broken. Family relationships had been shattered, and the neighborhood was divided, but backing down meant acknowledging defeat, and we'd both gone too far to turn back. Adrian's construction team would support me, and Vivian's NA group would back her up. Two sisters who had formerly shared everything are now confronting each other across a conference table, armed with evidence of the other's demise. The mediator observed the tangible tension and how the air seemed to sizzle with barely restrained violence. The union representative's testimony arrived through his lawyer on the morning of the hearing. He chronicled every conversation with Adrian concerning Vivian's worsening conduct, as well as any requests for overtime that included treatment fees. The documentation depicted a man desperate to rescue both of the ladies he loved, working himself to death rather than forcing a confrontation. I sat in my motel room, poring through files that revealed Adrian had planned an intervention for the week following our honeymoon. He had already contacted treatment centers, scheduled time off work, and written letters to both Vivian and me explaining his activities. The construction catastrophe had thrown everything off, forcing me to wage a war he'd been secretly planning. The mediation began promptly at 9 a.m. I came early and watched as Vivian's supporters filed in, her NA group, neighbors from the morning dinner, and even the pharmacist who had observed our confrontation. They truly believed they were assisting a woman attempting to help her mentally ill sister. From their point of view, Vivian's story was complete. My team was tiny but strong. 3 of Adrian's crew members, the bank manager who had finally agreed to testify about the covert transaction, Isabel, who photographed the paper shredding, and, shockingly, Brigitte from Al-Anon, who pieced together Vivian's claims about her recovery chronology. The mediator established ground rules while I studied Vivian across the table. She too had lost weight, and her hands shook slightly as she arranged her documents. Despite her trickery, tension was eating away at her. Stefan sat alongside her, his jaw tensed, casting sporadic looks at his ex-girlfriend, who had agreed to testify. The evidence presentation begins with the deed. My lawyer proceeded meticulously through the documentation, the purchase agreement, bank records, and notarized signatures. Vivian's lawyer retorted with the lease I'd signed, the rent payments, and the restraining order, with each side heaping bricks to create their case. The bank branch's security footage altered the vibe of the room. Watching Adrian look over his shoulder, witnessing his uncomfortable squirming as he signed paperwork, and hearing the bank manager speak about his particular request for anonymity from Vivian, all formed a picture of premeditation that was difficult to dismiss. Next, Vivian's therapy recording was played. Her voice filled the room, casual and calculated, as she detailed waiting for me to become vulnerable enough to strike. The mediator's attitude changed as Vivian laughed at the restraining order and called me pathetic for trusting family. Several of her followers exchanged awkward looks. Stefan's ex-girlfriend testified about his history of targeting mourning families. She'd provided documentation of 3 other ladies he'd moved in with after their husbands died, each emptying their assets before leaving. Her voice remained firm as she detailed having her credit cards maxed up, her grandmother's jewels pawned, and her kid questioning why they had to relocate to a smaller apartment. Financial forensics were damning. Bank records revealed a methodical depletion of grandmother Odette's accounts, mismatched signatures, and checks written while I was at work. The prosecutor had already filed elder abuse charges based on this information, but having it organized chronologically made the pattern obvious. Vivienne's counterclaim collapsed under scrutiny. Yes, she had been present for Grandma's care, but paperwork indicated that I had paid for the home health aid, drugs, and medical equipment. Every receipt she cited as proof of caregiving led back to my credit cards or bank account. Her story of the forgotten daughter collided with financial reality. Brigitte provided testimony about Vivienne's true sobriety date, which marked a turning point. Meeting minutes, sign-in forms, and even images from events demonstrated that Vivienne had been using during grandmother Odette's final months. The woman who said she had given up everything to provide care had been high during the will signing, funeral arrangements, and estate settlement. Vivienne's composure eventually broke. She rose up quickly, knocked over her water glass, and accused everyone of conspiring against her. Stefan attempted to soothe her, but she pushed him away, yelling about how I had stolen everything: Adrian, the house, mother's love, and even her sobriety narrative. The mediator requested a respite. I went outdoors for air and spotted Mother Elise in the corridor. She'd been watching through the small window, tears running down her cheeks as she realized the full extent of what had occurred. We did not talk, but she squeezed my hand before returning to her seat. When we reconvened, Vivienne's lawyer proposed a deal. She'd drop all claims to the residence, return the fake rent, and agree to forced therapy. In exchange, I'd drop the criminal charges, allow supervised contact after 6 months of proved sobriety, and share Adrian's life insurance, as her bogus letter had stated. I thought of Adrian and his plan to push treatment while protecting family relationships. This wasn't how he had hoped it would go. But the end result was in line with his intentions. Vivienne would obtain help. I'd get my home back. Perhaps we may someday rebuild something from the ashes. The accord took 4 hours to finalize. Every aspect is studied, and every contingency is planned for. Vivienne would be required to wear an ankle monitor while under house arrest, subject to random substance testing, and attend obligatory rehabilitation. Stefan faced separate fraud charges for past scams. His fate no longer depended on Vivienne's. As the documents were signed, I noticed my sister across the table. She appeared smaller, deflated, without her contrived narrative to hold her up. When our gazes connected, I had a glimpse of the girl who'd helped me build blanket forts, held my hand at Dad's death, and was my best friend before addiction rewired her brain. When I eventually returned to the house, it felt odd. Vivienne and Stefan left that morning, accompanied by sheriff's deputies. Their belongings were gone, but the alterations persisted. The living room had new paint, fresh furniture configurations, and the master bedroom still smelled strongly of Stefan's fragrance. Adrian's building crew arrived unannounced the next weekend. They repaired the damage, returned items to their previous state, and even repainted the bedroom in sunrise yellow. We worked in companionable silence, with their presence speaking volumes about loyalty and sorrow. The neighborhood's reaction was mixed. Some people apologized for believing Vivienne's lies. Others remained distrustful of me. A few people pretended nothing had happened. The Facebook group discussions changed to different dramas, but I found that people were more willing to question narratives and less keen to take sides without evidence. Work welcomed me back with caution. Stefan's cousin had been let go after her interim contract expired. The role was kept till my return. Clara initially kept her distance, feeling terrible about her pragmatic decision, but we finally re-established our rhythm. Not the same as before, but still functional. Mother Elise began making weekly visits, attempting to bridge the gap between her daughters. She gave us images from our childhood, recipes from grandmother Odette, and anecdotes about happier times. We'd sit around the kitchen table, swapping stories but avoiding the sad recent past. The criminal trial for elder abuse proceeded without my involvement. The prosecutor had enough evidence to convict without my testimony, so I didn't have to face Vivienne in court again. She pleaded guilty in return for home detention rather than jail time, with the judge recognizing that treatment addressed the underlying cause more effectively than incarceration. Isabel and I steadily re-established our friendship. She'd been put in a difficult situation, manipulated by Vivienne while attempting to assist me. We met for coffee on a regular basis, relearning how to trust each other and accepting that certain friendships might survive betrayal if both parties were committed to healing. The life insurance money remained undisturbed for months. Using it seemed like accepting Adrian's death in a way I was not prepared for. I eventually launched a scholarship foundation for the children of construction workers, which Adrian would have supported. The first beneficiary was Stefan's daughter, because Adrian would have insisted on breaking cycles rather than perpetuating them. Vivienne's first letter came 8 months into her treatment. Her handwriting grew steadier, and her words were careful but clear. She didn't apologize. Her therapist had evidently recommended against large gestures, but she did admit the hurt she had done. She wrote on understanding addiction's role without making it an excuse. I did not answer promptly. Forgiveness was not a switch to turn, but rather a process to be followed. I went to my own therapy, dealing with grief that had been delayed due to survival demands. Learning to separate the sister I adored from the addict who sought to harm me. The sunrise yellow bedroom became my again, but sleeping there took time and patience. Some evenings I'd lie awake thinking about Adrian painting those walls and planning our future together. Other nights I slept soundly, sensing his protection even in his absence. A year later, I went to Vivienne's 1-year sobriety celebration at her treatment center. She appeared healthier and clearer, more like the sister I remembered. We did not hug, cry, or share a movie moment. We simply sat together, accepting that some wounds had scarred rather than healed. But scars represented survival. Stefan's trial resulted in a 6-year sentence for fraud. His propensity of targeting bereaved ladies became his undoing, with numerous victims testifying about destroyed houses and depleted accounts. Vivienne watched the news from her house arrest, suddenly realizing how deeply she'd been influenced while also manipulating herself. The house eventually returned to being a home. I planted grandmother Odette's favorite flowers, revived her garden, and made new memories to replace the terrible ones. Neighbors who had attended Vivienne's morning supper occasionally assisted with yard maintenance, as a kind of atonement. 2 years after the mediation, Vivienne and I met for coffee with supervision. We discussed safe issues such as the weather, mother's health, and anything other than the past. It was awkward and clunky, but it was the start. Adrian had urged her to seek assistance, and she had. He had intended me to be protected, and I was. The scholarship fund has grown beyond my initial commitment. Adrian's union contributed. His crew coordinated fundraising events. Even some neighbors contributed. It became a living memorial, allowing children to follow the goals that their parents' perilous job enabled. I learned to deal with complexity. Vivienne was both my sister and betrayer. The neighbors were both involved and fooled. I was a victim and a survivor. Justice was not perfect or full, but it was real. The legal system had served its purpose, although inadequately. 4 years later, I stood in the sunrise yellow bedroom, packing things. Not because of negative memories, but because I'd met someone who believed that love could coexist with loss. We decided to start over in a new area, free of the baggage of the past. The house would remain in the family. Mother Elise would move in, downsizing from her larger home and preparing it for whatever daughter needed refuge. Vivienne was establishing her own life at a sober living facility, working as a peer counselor, and using her manipulation talents to help others realize their own tendencies. The morning I moved out, I discovered a message Adrian had concealed in the closet behind a loose board. His penmanship was faded, but legible. Marianne. If you're reading this, something went wrong with my plan. But you're strong enough to handle whatever comes. Protect yourself first. Help Vivienne if you can. Remember that love isn't always enough, but it's always worth trying. I saved the memo and packed it with some items I couldn't leave behind. Mother Elise received the house keys, and the dawn yellow room awaited the next chapter. I drove away without looking back, taking Adrian's protection with me. Finally, I realized that surviving required more than just enduring. The battle for my life had concluded, not with victory, but with compromise. Justice was achieved via therapy rather than punishment. Family relationships flexed but did not break totally. I'd learned that sometimes protection entailed letting go, that love may exist with boundaries. Some conflicts ended with everyone scarred but alive. Adrian's memorial plaque received fresh flowers every week, from me, Mother Elise, and sometimes even Vivienne during supervised visits. We had all lost him in different ways, mourning distinct versions of the same man. But his final gift was more than simply a house deed. It was confirmation that someone had anticipated what was to come and attempted to protect me. That understanding made all the difference. Even in death, and especially in death, love can provide protection. Not perfectly, not without suffering, but enough to withstand what happened next. The sunrise yellow walls were newly painted. But what they represented, new beginnings, hope despite loss, and the possibility of tomorrow, accompanied me wherever I went. My family skipped my grand opening, broke into my systems, demanded 20% of my revenue, so I faced them with legal proof and shut them down for good. I was 31 years old the night I sat alone in my shiny new office, brushing confetti from a floor that no one had trod on. The apartment still smelled like fresh paint and new carpet. I had spent months meticulously planning every aspect, from the glass-paneled conference room to the espresso machine in the kitchen. This was meant to be the most important night of my life, the grand opening of my company, which I had been working toward for nearly 12 years. Nevertheless, the chair sat empty. The food I had catered remained untouched, with the exception of one lonely plate that I ate only to avoid wasting it. My name is Adrian Keller, and I've been the responsible one in my family since I can remember. The one who preserved the peace, showed up to every birthday, and lent money even if it meant eating noodles for a month. Marcus Keller, my younger brother, has always been the golden kid. Whatever he did, no matter how dangerous, was interpreted as ambitious, charming, or simply Marcus being Marcus. When he went out of college after 3 semesters to find himself, my parents proudly declared him an entrepreneur. When he worked 4 jobs in a year, people suggested he hadn't found his passion yet. Meanwhile, I discreetly finished school, worked double shifts at a warehouse, and lived in a studio apartment with barely enough space for a bed and a desk. Every dollar I saved went towards this ambition. Starting my own business, not a side hustle or a passion project, but a legitimate legal registered firm with staff and office space that would last. So, when I finally signed the lease and opened the doors, I expected my family to be proud. I sent out digital invites weeks in advance and even printed a few physical ones for my parents, because I knew they'd swear they didn't receive the email. I planned champagne, music, and a little statement to thank everyone who supported me. At 7 p.m. I stood by the entrance in my only nice suit, waiting for the first familiar figure to enter. At 7:15, I persuaded myself they were simply running late. At 8 o'clock, I updated my phone. No calls, texts, or, "We're on our way." At 9, I discreetly informed the caterer that they may pack away the leftovers. I did not cry. I just sat at one of the workstations, sipping warm champagne from a plastic flute and looked at the empty lobby. Every sound boomed across the room. All I could think was that after everything I had done for them, they couldn't even bother showing up for one night. Then my phone vibrated. It was a photo from the family group chat. Marcus and my dad stood in front of a brand new barbecue grill, laughing and holding beers. The caption said, "Housewarming success." I looked at it for a long time. There was no, "Sorry we couldn't make it." There was no, "Congratulations, Adrian." There was nothing. Just a casual announcement that they had all decided without hesitation to attend Marcus's housewarming rather than my grand opening. I didn't respond. I could not. My stomach turned, but part of me wasn't surprised. I finished up the rest of the decorations, switched out the lights, and returned home. The next morning, I received a text from Helena Keller. "We need to discuss earnings. Your brother claims he deserves a haircut." I sat there staring at the computer, my coffee getting cold. What did my brother deserve a cut of? He had not invested a penny, lifted a finger, or even attended the launch. My company hadn't made a single dollar yet. Marcus suddenly became entitled to a portion of it. I did not respond right away. I just felt exhausted, not from the night before, but from years of being taken for granted. I could already picture how the conversation would unfold. Helena insists that family comes first. Robert claims that Marcus needs this more than you do. Marcus was presumably emailing me a list of reasons why his contribution, whatever it was, deserved a percentage. For the first time in a long time, I felt something within me harden. That text was not simply a request. That was a warning shot. I had a choice. Roll over like I always did, or try something new this time. I put down my phone, got myself another cup of coffee, and began to contemplate. And that's when I realized, possibly for the first time in my life, that I wasn't as helpless as they assumed. I did not respond to Helena's text that day or the following. Instead, I watched the group conversation fill up with more photographs of Marcus's housewarming and inside jokes I wasn't aware of. Each one poured gasoline to the calm burning in my chest. By the end of the week, Helena had sent another note. "Adriana, please answer your phone. This is vital." I did respond finally, and what I said next made her utterly silence. When I finally answered the phone, Helena went into her normal routine. "No hello. No. How are you?" Just a short, "Adrian, we've been trying to reach you for days." I remained silent for a beat longer than normal, just enough for her to notice. "What's going on?" she asked, as if I were acting abnormally. "You're asking me about profits?" I said slowly, carefully selecting each word. "But none of you showed up for my company's launch." There was a long delay. I imagined her standing in her kitchen, palm on her hip, already upset by being challenged. "Adrian," Mom finally began in that patient but condescending tone she used when I was a youngster. "You know how important Marcus's housewarming was. Everyone was there. It wouldn't have been right to split up the family over one night. One night, I reiterated. My voice came out flatter than I had planned. This was not a dinner party. This was the official launch of my business. Something I've been working on for years. She sighed, as if I were the one being dramatic. You're overreacting. Marcus is just starting his life with Sophia Laurent. And you'll have plenty of other events. Now about the profits. I had a good laugh. A shrill, humorless sound caused her to go silent for a second. Profits? Helena, I haven't even finished onboarding my first clients yet. There are no profits. Well, Marcus was saying that since he inspired you to start the company, he should get some sort of founder's share. Or at least a family discount since he wants to use your services for his own projects. That completely stopped me. Inspired me? I inquired incredulously. Helena, I've been planning this since college. Marcus didn't even know what I was working on until last month. She continued chatting, entirely ignoring my remark. Look, your brother is trying to build his life. You're single, you don't have kids, you can afford to be generous. Think of this as helping the family. The family is in need. That line again. I told her I needed to go and hung up before she could say anything else. That was the moment I understood this wasn't going to go away. My parents did not regard my company as my. They viewed it as the family's new resource. Marcus was first in line, holding a plate, ready to take whatever he wanted. Over the next few weeks, things only grew worse. Marcus messaged me personally one afternoon. Hey bro, I was thinking, can you hook me up with a partnership package? Like, I'll promote your company to my friends, and in return, you give me a lifetime free account. Fair? I looked at the message with bewilderment. In his entire life, he had only promoted his own gatherings. When I didn't respond immediately, he sent another. Helena said you'd probably say yes, just let me know what I need to post. That's when I decided I wouldn't react at all. A day later, Helena called again. Adrian, why are you ignoring your brother? He's trying to help you grow your business. I asked her calmly whether she knew what Marcus was asking for. Effectively free labor. She brushed it off. It's just family. You're making such a big deal out of nothing. But the group chat told a different picture. Marcus emailed a snapshot of his new patio furniture with the message, "Thanks Helena and Robert, for the loan." Another relative asked, "What about Adrian? Didn't he just launch something?" Marcus responded, "Yes, but he's been acting strangely about money lately." Helena joined in. "He's stressed. He'll come around." They were conducting complete talks about me, my money, and my company without my presence, right in front of me. Then came the kicker. An invitation to Marcus's networking barbecue. "You should come," Helena exclaimed cheerfully when she called to follow up. "Lots of people there could be good for your business." I inquired who would be there. "Oh, just some of Marcus's friends, people from his gym, Sophia Laurent's family. Bring some business cards." I nearly laughed. They had skipped my launch, but now I was supposed to show up at Marcus's party and beg his buddies for business. I did not go. And that night they sent a group photo of the entire family gathered around the grill with the remark, "So much fun. We missed you, Adrian." The phrase "we missed you" stung more than I imagined. Like, it was my fault for not following their narrative. The last straw arrived 3 weeks later. My accountant sent me an email informing me that someone using Helena's email address had inquired about adding a family partner to my company's banking account. They didn't have access, of course, but the mere fact that they tried made my stomach plummet. I dialed Helena immediately. "Oh that," she remarked, offended. "I was just trying to make things easier for you. This way Marcus could handle some of the finances and take the stress off your plate." I remained quiet for a long time. "Helena, don't ever do that again," I eventually said. My voice sounded low. Steady. "You don't touch my accounts. You don't ask about my accounts. This company is mine." She was choking up. "You don't have to be so territorial. We're just looking out for you." But I didn't believe it any longer. I hung up and sat in my office for a while, staring out the window. The city below was bustling with people living their lives and making their own decisions. And here I was, allowing my family to make me feel like a child. For the first time I genuinely considered what it meant to set real boundaries. Not just saying no once, but making certain they couldn't steal from me again. The next day, Marcus texted me again. "Bro, did you see the new patio heater I bought? You should come check it out. Also, when are we getting that family discount? Robert said you're being stingy." My attitude changed. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop, signed into every single account bearing my name, joint streaming services, shared utilities, even the old family phone plan, and began building a list. Because if they thought they were entitled to what I had created, they were about to learn how wrong they were. And I wasn't about to warn them this time. 3 weeks have gone. I was busy onboarding my first real clients, working long hours at the office, drinking too much coffee, eating takeaway, and feeling proud of myself. For a period, I assumed the family drama would subside if I remained silent and concentrated on my work. Then came the weekend that changed everything. It was Saturday morning, and I had decided to sleep in for the first time in weeks. Around 8 a.m., my phone started buzzing nonstop. Helena called first, followed by Robert, Marcus, and Helena again. I groaned and rolled over, ignoring it. A minute later, a notification appeared on my company's internal dashboard. A flagged access attempt. Someone attempted to log in from an unfamiliar device. I sat up straight in bed. I opened my laptop to check the logs. Sure enough, there had been 4 failed login attempts from an IP address that seemed strangely close to my parents' house. Someone had been attempting to access my company account, and not just casually. They were guessing passwords. My stomach sank. I dialed Helena immediately. "Oh, good. You're awake," she replied happily, as if it were a typical Saturday morning. "We were just talking about how to get you some help. Marcus and I were thinking you're working too hard, and if we had access to some of the systems, we could process payments for you, maybe keep track of client invoices." "You tried to log in," I said bluntly. Silence. "You tried to get into my company account?" I asked, my voice rising. "Well, yes, but only because you've been so secretive lately," she responded defensively. "We thought maybe you were overwhelmed. This way, we could—" "You had no right," I retorted. "None. You don't touch my company, you don't even ask before doing something like that." She sounded offended. "Adrian, you're making it sound like we're criminals. We're your family, we just want to help." I threw out a quick bitter laugh and said, "Help? Helena, you skip my launch. You gossip about me in the group chat. You demand money I don't have. And now you try to break into my accounts. That's not help." She sniffed, and her voice took on that biting edge I knew so well. "You're being ungrateful. Robert and I raised you, supported you through school, and this is the thanks we get. Locking us out." I pinched the bridge of my nose, attempting to breathe. "You didn't pay for my school, Helena. I did. You didn't support me when I was saving for this company. You barely even knew what I was doing until I signed the lease." "That's not the point," she replied coldly. "This family shares everything. You've been acting like you're better than us, hoarding your success. It's selfish." I did not trust myself to say anything else. I simply hung up. Marcus texted me 20 minutes later. "Really, dude? Helena says you yelled at her. Chill. She was just trying to make sure you don't mess anything up. Also, I already told Sophia we'd get that family plan discount, so don't make me look bad." I put the phone down, shivering. That's when I knew it wasn't simply about the boundaries anymore. They truly believed that they were entitled to what I had accomplished. By Monday, it had intensified again. When I got to my office, I discovered an envelope slipped under the door. Inside was a handwritten note from Robert. "Adrian, we've been patient with you, but your attitude lately is unacceptable. Helena and I have talked, and we think it's time you start giving back to the family in a real way. We propose a family stipend, 20% of your monthly revenue, to be distributed fairly between your parents and your brother. Consider this a way of honoring where you came from." I sat in my office, grasping the letter so tightly that the paper crinkled. My father, the man who hadn't bothered to attend the most significant night of my career, was now formally asking a portion of my revenue rather than profits. Revenue comes before expenses and compensation. It was so ludicrous that I almost laughed, but then I realized they were serious. That night I did not sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, remembering every time I had gotten Marcus out of trouble. I once paid for his rent after he squandered his whole paycheck on a business venture. When I co-signed a loan for him to buy a car, he missed 4 payments, causing my credit score to plummet. Helena contacted me distraught after Marcus got into a fight at a bar and needed money for court bills. Every time I showed up, this was how they repaid me. By attempting to worm their way into my livelihood before it had ever begun to grow. The following weekend was the last nail in the coffin. I was out with a friend for lunch when I received notification that my company's workplace alarm had been triggered. My stomach lurched. When I returned to the building, I discovered my brother waiting outside the office door, playing with the keypad. "What are you doing?" I yelled, my voice echoing through the hall. He jumped, looking guilty for a half second before putting on a smile. "Relax, man. Helena said you wouldn't mind if I grabbed a few things. I told Sophia I'd show her around your office." "You tried to break in?" I asked, my tone icy. "It's not breaking in if it's family," he remarked, shrugging as if it were the most rational thing in the world. I only stared at him for a second. I did not know what to say. "You need to leave," I finally replied, each word calculated. He scoffed. "Wow, really? You think you're too good for us now?" I moved closer and lowered my voice. "If you ever try to get into this office again without my permission, I will call the police." His grin wavered. "You wouldn't try me." He exited, muttering something beneath his breath. When the door closed behind him, I latched it and remained there, my hands quivering. That was it. That was the line. They had gone from disrespect to flagrant violation. I didn't answer any calls or texts for the rest of the weekend. I sat at my desk, going over every system I had, business accounts, personal accounts, security settings, and began tightening things down, realizing that this wasn't just about limits, this was wartime. And if they wanted to treat my firm like a personal ATM, they were about to find out what it meant when I closed the door permanently. I awoke on Monday feeling as if I'd been hit by a truck. My body was not sore. It was my chest, stomach, and head. Everything felt heaviest. I sat on the side of my bed for a long time, staring at my phone while it buzzed repeatedly. Helena called twice, then Robert and Marcus, each one left voicemails that grew angrier by the hour. "Adrian," Helena's voice snapped on the latest one. "Your brother said you threatened to call the police on him. This is ridiculous. You need to apologize before this family falls apart completely." I didn't listen to the rest. I deleted it, stood up, and headed into the kitchen. I made coffee on autopilot and sat down at the table, staring at the steam curling from the mug. My family, although if dysfunctional, had been my safety net for many years. They were loud, entitled, and manipulating, yet they remained my family. And since I was a child, I had been taught to prioritize their sentiments in order to maintain harmony. But now, maintaining the quiet was eating me alive. I barely noticed when tears streamed down my cheeks. Not loud, weeping tears, but silent, heated ones that obscured my vision until I had to put the mug down to avoid spilling it. I didn't cry frequently. I'd schooled myself not to. But that morning, I felt hollow, as if all of the energy I had put into creating this dream had been sapped by those who were supposed to celebrate it. I called in ill to the office that day. My assistant covered for me while I sat on the couch with my laptop, not working or watching TV, just staring. I opened the family group chat and scrolled all the way back, rereading months of texts. Every snarky joke is at my cost. Marcus was consistently complimented for performing the bare minimum. My parents consistently dismissed my accomplishments as insignificant. As I read, something began to shift. Initially, there was only harsh and stinging rage. But beyond the rage, there was a tremendous ache. I had worked hard to win their approval and make them proud, but it was never enough. By the end of the day, I'd made my decision. I wasn't going to try again. The following few weeks were terrible. I began avoiding family gatherings totally. If Helena phoned, I let it go to voicemail. If Robert texted, I ignored it. I worked later hours, often sleeping in the office, simply to avoid seeing them. But the silence did not make them disappear. Instead, they doubled down. Helena walked up to my apartment one afternoon, pounding on the door as if she owned it. When I opened it a crack, she jumped right in. "Adrian, this is childish. You can't keep cutting us out just because you're upset. Your brother is hurt. He was only trying to help." "Trying to help by breaking into my office?" I asked, my voice tired. "You're exaggerating," she replied, waving her hand. "He just wanted to see the space." "You should be flattered. He cares enough to get involved." I glanced at her and for the first time I didn't feel guilty. "It's just distance." "I'm busy," I replied, closing the door before she could answer. I leaned against it, my heart hammering, but I also felt a strange sense of relief. The following weekend, I skipped a long-planned family dinner. Helena sent me 20 texts in a row. Trips. "Your grandmother was asking about you." To anger. "You're embarrassing us by not showing up." To veiled threats. "If you keep this up, don't expect us to support you when things get tough." From guilt. I did not respond to any of them. However, the quiet was not without consequences. Work became in difficulty. I was exhausted all of the time. My mind was continually rehearsing conflicts that hadn't transpired yet. I've stopped sleeping through the night. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. I broke out in a cold sweat when I remembered Marcus standing at my office door, smirking as if everything was a game. I was impatient with my staff, short with friends, and clumsy with minor jobs. One night, I sat at the office until dawn, just running numbers, frightened that I'd overlook something vital and the entire business would fail, and my family would step in and say, "See, this is why you needed us." But, beneath all of the anxiety and tiredness, something else began to form. Clarity. One Friday night, I sat in my office with a notepad and simply began writing. Not emails or job tasks, just a list. I put down every account with my name that my relatives could access. Every shared bill, streaming service, and old account that still had Marcus or my parents as secondary users. Then I listed all of the ways they may potentially interfere with my business, from attempting to access accounts to calling vendors to turning up unexpectedly. It wasn't simply a to-do list. It was a blueprint, since I recognized that if I didn't take action now, this would never end. I spent the whole weekend acting on that list. I called my bank and requested more security measures. I enabled two-factor authentication on every platform. I transferred my personal savings to a new account with a different bank. I consulted with my attorney about securing the company documents so that no modifications could be made without my permission. Each step made me feel a bit lighter. By Sunday night, I reclined back in my chair, staring at the office ceiling, and felt a sensation I hadn't felt in months. Calm, not pleased. Not triumphant, but tranquil. Because for the first time I was not simply reacting to what my family did. I was prepared. And deep down, I knew that was just the beginning. Whatever came next, I'd be ready. And this time, they wouldn't expect it. It's strange how much lighter the world feels once you stop begging for other people's acceptance. Something inside of me transformed after that weekend of lockdown. I stopped checking for texts from Helena and Robert, rehearsing arguments in my head and wondering what they were saying about me in the group chat. Instead, I began focusing on what I could control and create. The next Monday, I arrived at the office before daylight. The city was peaceful, still waking up, and for the first time in months, I was excited to be here. I brewed a fresh pot of coffee, sat down with my notebook, and planned the following 4 months of corporate growth. Although my initial few clients were tiny, word of mouth spread quickly. One reference led to another, and I soon had meetings scheduled with larger players, contracts that might secure the company's finances for the entire year. And, without the continual background noise of my family pushing on me, I was sharper and more focused. One by one, the transactions began to close. I recall the first significant client I secured, a mid-sized firm that had been looking for months. After our last pitch meeting, the CEO shook my hand and said, "Adrian, you clearly care about what you're building. That's why we're choosing you." I walked out of that meeting grinning like a fool. When the contract arrived, I stayed late at the office to double-check the data. When I finally saw the revenue predictions, I leaned back in my chair and simply stared at the ceiling, a smile spreading across my face. This wasn't about survival anymore. This was an example of growth. Growth brought with it new opportunities. Over the next few weeks, I upgraded the office's technology, hired a part-time administrative assistant, and even hired a consultant to help streamline operations. Each innovation made the firm run more smoothly, giving me more time to focus on strategy. It felt great, even better, to watch something I'd worked on for years finally blossom. The finest part, however, was neither money nor success. It was confidence. I stopped feeling little when my phone vibrated with a message from Helena or Marcus. I stopped dreaded seeing them at the grocery store. In fact, I started ignoring them completely. Helena left me a lengthy voicemail filled with sighs and theatrical pauses. "Adrian, this has gone on long enough. Your brother is hurt. Your father and I are hurt. We just want to sit down and figure out a way to work together. Family is supposed to share." I did not call her back. Instead, I listened to the message twice, calmly deleted it, and returned to examining a new contract worth more than my previous 4 clients combined. And then something interesting occurred. Marcus texted me again, this time with a question rather than demands. "Hey bro, do you know anyone hiring? Things are kind of tight right now." I stared at the screen for a long time. I could have ignored him. I could have gloated. Instead I typed, "No, sorry. Things are busy here." That was it. The power dynamic had shifted. I did not need to yell or dispute. I didn't have to explain myself. For the first time in my life, I had the option to just not participate. And the silence drove them mad. The texts became more frequent. Marcus asked if I might lend him money to cover the rent. Helena asked if I could pay for a family trip they had already planned because they were a little short right now. Robert sent me a note stating he'd heard about my new clients and felt it was only fair to share some of the success. I did not respond to any of it. Instead, I continued to grow. Within a few months my revenue had doubled. I relocated the company to a somewhat larger location with more natural light and space for expansion. I purchased new furnishings, upgraded our software, and even hired a junior project manager to help alleviate some of my workload. For the first time, I felt like a legitimate CEO, and that's when I started thinking about the following step. Not only surviving and thriving, but exploiting my position to permanently safeguard myself. I established a separate holding company for my assets, moved my intellectual property into it, and structured things so that if anyone ever attempted to intervene legally, they'd have to go through multiple layers to determine what I even owned. I also revised my will, which most people my age don't even consider, to ensure that everything was locked down and out of reach of anyone who would try to claim a piece of it for the good of the family. Each step made me feel stronger, calmer, and more in charge. But the irony was that the more I backed away, the louder my family became. Helena began sending guilt-laden emails about missing her kid. Marcus posted cryptic rants on social media about self-centered people who forget their roots. Robert left messages indicating that he needed to discuss the future of the family. Marcus even showed up outside my office again, but this time, he was unable to enter. I'd improved the security system to demand access cards and cameras. I watched him on the feed, pacing, knocking once or twice, and then departing. When I received an alert on my phone indicating the system had recorded footage, I stored it just in case. Because, as pleased as I was of how far I'd come, I knew one thing for certain. They weren't finished. They'd try again. And when they did, I was not going to sit there and accept it. I was going to be prepared, not only to safeguard everything I had achieved, but also to make it clear that they could no longer treat me this way. And for the first time, I felt a peculiar sense of anticipation since I was no longer just surviving their onslaught. I was waiting for them to make their next move before I could finally make mine. By spring, my company was in the finest shape it had ever been. I had a small but devoted crew, recurring contracts with multiple mid-sized organizations, and adequate cash flow to cover payroll. The business no longer appeared fragile. It felt stable. And that steadiness gave me the mental space to consider the big picture. I wasn't just establishing a corporation anymore. I was making a shield. One Friday afternoon, I was going over paperwork with my attorney, signing off on some final protections for the holding company, when he casually asked, "You mentioned family disputes last time we met. Do you still want to include a clause prohibiting them from ever having financial power over the business?" "Yes," I replied without hesitation. He nodded, making a notation in the document. "Good call. You'd be surprised how many disputes we see when a business starts doing well. Families can be complicated." I nearly laughed. Complicated was an understatement. Following the meeting, I decided to go for a long walk through the city. The weather was pleasant, and for the first time in a while, I allowed myself to slow down and ponder. That's when I realized something unusual. I hadn't heard from my folks in almost 3 weeks. No texts, no voicemails, and no unexpected visitors. At first, I assumed they'd finally given up, but then I received a call from a common acquaintance, a family friend who ran a small accounting firm. "Adrian, I just thought you should know," he added, his voice low. "Your brother came by my office last week asking questions about how to set up a business partnership, and he mentioned your company by name." I paused in my tracks. "What did he say exactly?" "He said you'd probably make him a partner soon, but he wanted to get ahead of the paperwork, so it wouldn't take too long." Sounded pretty confident about it. I thanked him for the heads up, hung up, and stood on the pavement for a minute, allowing the wrath to wash over me. Marcus was preparing something, and knowing my brother, it wasn't going to be minor. That weekend I finally reopened the group chat. Not to respond, but to observe. Sure enough, there it was. Helena responded, "We're thinking of having a family meeting next weekend to discuss some exciting opportunities." Marcus responded, "Yeah, can't wait to share what I've been working on." Robert's response, "Adrian, you should really be there. This could be big for all of us." I put down the phone and felt something move within me. For months I had been on the defensive, blocking them, locking things down, and attempting to prevent them from interfering. But suddenly I had leverage. Because the truth was that my company was no longer a vulnerable startup. It was profitable and secure, and thanks to the restructure, I was the only person with legal ability to make decisions about it. Even if Marcus walked into a lawyer's office tomorrow and said he was entitled to a share, there was nothing they could do. The best part is that they were unaware of this. That night I got down at my desk with a legal pad and began writing. This time, instead of just taking notes, make plans. I identified every point of communication I still had with my family, every account they might use, and every small connection they had to my life. Then I described methods for severing each one gradually, strategically, and without warning. I also began to see my company differently, not just as a source of income but also as a fortress. What would it take to make it entirely invulnerable? I upgraded the security system again, this time adding biometric access. I had my lawyer prepare a formal document prohibiting any family members from ever receiving shares or voting rights. I even spoke with a public relations representative about what would happen if someone attempted to draw my company into a public fight, and how we could get ahead of the narrative. Piece by piece I was creating an environment in which my family could not reach me. And then something unexpected happened, giving me the final piece of leverage I didn't realize I needed. One of my new clients was a real estate developer who also happened to be negotiating a home improvement deal with my brother. During a discussion, the developer casually mentioned Marcus's name and inquired whether we were related. I kept my expression neutral and nodded. "Funny guy," the developer replied, chuckling. "He's trying to get us to front him some money for the job before he delivers. Said he's good for it because his family business is doing so well." My eyebrows rose. Family business. Yeah. He said his brother owns a company that could back him if needed. I did not correct him. I just smiled faintly and made a mental note since I now had something my brother didn't believe I possessed. Influence. Quiet, unobtrusive impact. The kind that didn't include yelling or fighting. Just a well-placed remark here and there to ensure the truth was revealed when it counted. By the time the family gathering came, I was prepared. Not only emotionally, but strategically. I have all of the papers to prove my exclusive ownership. I had backups of every security log that revealed their attempted meddling. I had financial statistics that indicated how much work I had done to help this company succeed. Most importantly, I had the calm confidence that whatever they did next, I could manage it. The night before the meeting, I sat in my office long after everyone else had gone home, admiring the space I had created from scratch. The polished concrete flooring, the gentle hum of the server rack in the corner, and the dim glow of the city lights outside. This was mine. And they were going to learn that lesson in some way tomorrow. I sat back in my chair, a gradual smile creeping across my lips, because the preparation was complete. All that remained was for me to make my move after they had made theirs. The family meeting was set for Sunday afternoon at my parents' place, where I had spent numerous holidays sitting at the kids' table, while Marcus held court as the focus of attention. This time, I didn't feel like a youngster entering enemy land. I arrived on time, in a suit, cool and composed. Helena raised her eyebrows as she opened the door. "Well, don't you look formal?" she asked, half amused and half concerned. "This is a business meeting," I replied evenly as I stepped inside. Marcus was already at the dinner table, lying back in a chair with a smug expression. Robert sat at the head of the table, solemn as if presiding over an official meeting. "Glad you could make it," Robert responded. "Let's sit down and talk like adults." I took a seat across from Marcus, who quickly began his pitch. "So, here's the deal," he explained, spreading out a few papers as if this were his boardroom. "I've got a line on a great project, but I need some capital to get it going. Once it takes off, it'll benefit the whole family. Since your company is doing well, we figured you could front the investment, just a small percentage of your revenue each month, and we'll consider you an official partner." He leaned back, evidently anticipating applause. Helena nodded in approval. "See, this is what we meant about working together. Everyone contributes. Everyone wins." I listened for a few more minutes, hands folded on the table. When they finally came to a halt, waiting for my approval, I slid a folder across the table. "What's this?" Robert inquired. "Documentation," I explained quietly. "My company's operating agreement, ownership records, financials. Everything showing that I am the sole founder, shareholder, and decision maker. And before you ask, no, there will be no partnership, no revenue sharing, no family stipend. This company is mine legally and permanently." Marcus frowned. "Whoa. What's with the lawyer talk? We're family. You don't have to make it so official." "Yes," I replied evenly. "I do. Because the last time we had a casual understanding, someone tried to access my accounts without permission. Someone tried to get into my office. And someone sent me a letter demanding 20% of my revenue as if it was their right." Helena bristled. "That was your father's idea." "I have it in writing," I said, my voice forceful yet calm. "And if anything like that happens again, I won't hesitate to involve law enforcement." The room became silent. For a long time I only heard the faint ticking of the wall clock. "You wouldn't," Robert finally said, his voice low. "I would," I answered simply. "I have security footage, logs, emails, and a lawyer who's fully briefed. This isn't a threat. It's a boundary. You don't cross it again." Marcus snorted, attempting to play it off. "You think you're so big now, huh? Just because you're making money." I smiled. Not harshly, but calmly. "No. I think I finally learned that I don't owe you my success. And I definitely don't owe you access to it." Before they could answer, I dug into my suitcase and pulled out a stack of papers, including termination notices for every joint account and bills still bearing my name. "These," I commented as I set them down, "are the last ties between my finances and this family. Phone plan, streaming accounts, insurance policies, all canceled or transferred. Effective immediately." Helena's mouth dropped open. "You can't just—" "I can," I said. And I did. Marcus's arrogant grin had vanished, replaced by a flush of wrath. "This is ridiculous. You're acting like some kind of dictator. All we wanted was a little help." "You wanted control," I replied, catching his gaze. "And you wanted it without doing any of the work. That ends today." For the first time in years, I did not feel on the defensive. I felt steady. I stood, gathering my folder and placing it back in my bag. "This conversation is over," I stated gently. "If you'd like to have a relationship with me, it will be on respectful terms. Otherwise, consider this the last time we'll be meeting like this." I went out of the house without looking back. But the revenge was not complete. Not yet. Over the next 3 weeks, I ensured that the message was remembered. Marcus tried to name-drop my company to a potential client, but they called me first to finalize the agreement. I calmly informed them that there was no collaboration and never will be. The agreement fell through. Helena attempted to guilt-trip me by emailing images of family events with captions like, "We miss you." But I did not respond. When she finally called to demand an explanation, I responded calmly, "I'm busy running a company, you know, the one you all ignored. And I don't have time for manipulation." Word spread quickly. Family friends began to reach out, not to chastise me, but to gently express their understanding. Some even told me they were proud of me for advocating for myself, which I had never heard from my own parents. And the best part? The more they pressed, the calmer I became. I didn't yell, quarrel, or send too emotional texts. I just imposed my boundaries quietly and consistently every time. It eventually began to sink in. Calls became less frequent. The messages became shorter. The demands ceased entirely, as they realized that the old Adrian, the one who would succumb to remorse and show up with his wallet open simply to keep the peace, had vanished. And in his stead was someone they could no longer manage. It did not happen overnight. For a few weeks the silence was nearly unsettling. No texts, no calls, and no unexpected knocks on my office door. I hoped they'd finally understood the message. But then the consequences hit. One Friday morning, I was going over quarterly predictions when my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number. One of Marcus's contractors. "Sorry for bothering you," the man added, "but your brother told us you were his financial backer. We just wanted to confirm before moving forward with materials." I felt calm, purposeful wrath come over me, and I answered, "No," evenly. "My company does not back any of Marcus's ventures. Please make sure you get everything in writing from him before you start work." The man thanked me, sounding shocked, yet relieved. It was evident that he had been burnt before. Marcus called me later that day, enraged. "You just cost me a contract," he said the moment I responded. "No, Marcus," I said, keeping my voice level. "You cost yourself a contract by lying about my company's involvement." "You're such a jerk," he exclaimed. "Do you know how hard it is out here? You could have just said yes and helped me out." "I don't reward dishonesty," I remarked simply, before hanging up. That marked the beginning of the breakdown. Within a month I learned from a mutual acquaintance that Marcus had lost 3 additional clients. Word had spread that he was untrustworthy, that he promised financial backing that he did not actually have. Meanwhile, my firm continued to grow. I signed 3 large new contracts and hired an additional team member. We moved to a larger office with a full floor to ourselves. Then came the family cookout, the first one I'd been invited to in months. Helena called me directly. "Adrian," Helena replied, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. "We'd really like you to come. Things have been tense. Your father and I want to talk." I pondered saying no, but something inside me knew this was the time. When I arrived, the mood was tight. Marcus sat at the picnic table, unhappy and picking at his plate. Robert seemed exhausted. Helena seems to have gone over a speech beforehand. "Adrian," she said, "we just want to put all this behind us. Family is more important than money." I almost laughed, but I kept my face cool. "Funny," you replied. "Because money was the only thing you wanted from me for months." Helena flinched. "That's not fair." "It's completely fair," I replied gently. "You skipped the most important night of my life to go to a housewarming. You tried to get into my accounts. You demanded a percentage of my revenue before I'd even broken even. And when I said no, you tried to guilt me into giving you access anyway." Robert sighed. "We made mistakes, but surely you can forgive." "I can't," I replied, cutting him off. "But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting, and it doesn't mean letting you keep taking." Marcus finally spoke up, his tone stern. "You think you're better than us now, just because you have money." I turned to him, calm as always. "No, Marcus. I think I've stopped letting you use me as your backup plan, and you don't like it." He did not answer. I stood there, taking my time and letting the silence extend. "Here's the truth," I stated, gazing at each of them. "I built this company from nothing. I sacrificed years of my life for it. And you didn't just fail to support me. You actively tried to take from me. That ends now. We will not be doing business together. We will not be sharing accounts. If you want a relationship with me, it will be as family, not as shareholders." I began going toward the gate, but hesitated and turned back one final time. "And if you ever try to cross that line again, to get into my accounts, my office, or my business, I will treat you the same way I'd treat any other trespasser." Their expressions were a mix of disbelief and rage, but nobody said anything. I fled without looking back. Driving home, I experienced something I hadn't felt in months. Peace. Not the frail, silent kind I used to rely on, but something robust. That night, I sat in my new office and looked out at the downtown skyline. My team had left hours ago. The area was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the servers. I reflected on all the times I had bent over backwards for my family, sacrificing my own aspirations to keep them happy. And I smiled, for they had finally understood. The next morning, I received a text from Helena. "We'll respect your wishes. We just hope someday you'll come back to the family." I didn't respond. Instead, I took a photo of the office, the polished floors, the tidy workstations, and the name of my company glowing on the wall, and forwarded it to the group chat with the following message: "You had your chance to be part of this. That chance is gone." And then I permanently muted the chat. I leaned back in my chair, shut my laptop, and took a deep breath. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like an outsider looking in. I felt as if I had created a life and future of my own. My sister stole my brand new car, wrecked it, then smirked. "It's just a car." At dinner, I watched her choke on a €45,000 bill in her name. I had spent years saving every extra dollar, skipping holidays, resisting impulse purchases, and running my beat-up old sedan to the ground in order to finally afford the one thing I had always desired. A brand new car that was entirely mine. Paid for with my own hard-earned money. When I signed the paperwork and the dealer handed me the keys, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Pure, unadulterated pride in myself. I ran my fingers along the smooth, gleaming hood, inhaled the intoxicating scent of fresh leather seats and thought, "This is mine. Every single part of it is mine." I hadn't even had the car for a full day when my younger sister Isabelle Laurent decided that my happiness was hers to take. Isabelle Laurent, who had been coddled and spoiled her entire life, had never worked for anything, taken on responsibility, or faced a consequence that our parents couldn't ignore. She was the type of person who handled other people's belongings as if they were her own by default, because that was how life had always been for her. When I pulled into our parents' driveway that evening to show them the automobile, Isabelle Laurent was already standing there, leaning against the garage with that lazy, self-satisfied grin she always had. She barely looked up from her phone as I parked. "Nice ride," she remarked, pushing herself off the wall and walking up, staring through the driver's side window as if she already knew it belonged to her. "What's the mileage?" I asked, trying to seem indifferent despite the fact that my patience was becoming thin. Isabelle Laurent let out a low whistle and nodded in appreciation. Then, without asking, she grabbed the handle and yanked the door open. "Let me take it for a spin." I quickly moved to close the door before she could get in, shaking my head strongly. "No way. I just received it. You aren't driving it." Isabelle Laurent rolled her eyes, as if I'd just told her she couldn't borrow a dime. Oh, come on, Clara Moretti. Do not be such a control freak. It's only an automobile. Exactly, I snapped. It's merely an automobile that I purchased with my own money. You do not get to take it. But Isabelle Laurent was never the type of person to just accept a no. She merely grinned, shrugged, and moved away. But something about her gaze sent shivers down my spine, like if she already had a backup plan in place. I should have trusted my gut. Hello everyone, sorry for interrupting your viewing, but please subscribe to the channel and enjoy this video. Thank you. Later that night I briefly left my car keys on the entryway table before going upstairs to fetch something from my room. When I got back down, the keys were gone, as was my automobile. My palms curled into fists as the knowledge hit. Isabelle. I ran outside, my heart pounding. But she was already gone, tires squealing in the distance. I took out my phone and dialed her number several times, but each time it went to voicemail. I was still seething when my phone called 3 hours later, but it was not Isabelle's number. It was an unknown caller. I said, already bracing myself. Inspector Miller spoke in a low voice, calm but concerned. This is Inspector Miller from the County Police Department. I'm calling about a vehicle registered in your name. I felt my stomach drop. What happened? There has been an accident. A pause. The driver is unharmed, but the vehicle has incurred substantial damage. My hold on the phone intensified. Who was the driver? The officer hesitated for about a second before responding. A young woman identified herself as Isabelle Laurent. I don't even recall driving to the crash site. One moment I was standing in my parents' entrance, clutching my phone with white knuckles, and the next I was driving up behind flashing police lights, my pulse a continuous drum of wrath. And there she was, my sister, standing next to what was left of my brand new automobile, arms crossed and unaffected. The front bumper was wrecked, the hood collapsed on itself, and one of the headlights was shattered. My gorgeous, exquisite automobile had been damaged, and Isabelle Laurent was standing there as if it were nothing. I climbed out of my old beater, slamming the door harder than I meant to, my hands trembling as I marched towards her. What the hell did you do? Isabelle finally turned to look at me. And then, in the most infuriating moment of my life, she smirked. That sucks, she replied, shrugging as if she had dropped my ice cream cone rather than destroying my automobile. But don't freak out. Margaret and Henrik will make you forgive me. The words struck me like a smack in the face. Margaret and Henrik will convince me to forgive her. It was not an apology. It was not even a recognition of what she had done. It was a smug, arrogant assertion that no matter how upset I was or how much damage she had caused, it would be irrelevant because our parents would smooth things over like they usually did. I took a deep, controlled breath, my fists locked at my sides, my heart pounding in my ears. That was the moment something inside of me shattered. I was not about to let her get away with it this time. Not this time. Have you ever had a sibling that felt they could get away with anything? Please let me know in the comments since I had had enough of letting it slip. I awoke the next morning with a throbbing headache. My body is still stiff from the frustration of the night before. My imagination replayed every detail of that horrific encounter at the crash site. My sister's smirking smile haunted me like a nightmare that wouldn't stop. My car, my lovely, hard-earned brand new car, was gone. Someone who had never worked in her life destroyed everything in an instant. Someone who had never experienced a single consequence. Someone who truly believed that my rage was nothing more than a disruption to her day. Someone who had never experienced a single consequence. Someone who truly believed that my rage was nothing more than a disruption to her day. I knew before I even got out of bed that my parents would call me, that they would demand a conversation, and that they would try to smooth this over as if Isabelle Laurent's actions were just another minor blunder that we could all forget about if I would just be reasonable, as a good daughter should. Sure enough, when I checked my phone, I found 4 missed calls from Margaret Laurent, 3 from Henrik Laurent, and a text message from Isabelle Laurent that was so stunningly arrogant that I had to read it twice to believe my eyes. Clara Moretti, stop being so theatrical, it's only an automobile. Margaret and Henrik said, we'll figure it out, so quit acting like it's the end of the world. There was no apology, contrition, or even a recognition that she had made a mistake. Every comment was dripping with entitlement, as if the main issue wasn't that she stole and crashed my stuff, but that I had dared to make a huge fuss about it. I swallowed my wrath and forced myself to breathe gently, reminding myself that getting upset about a text message would not assist me right now. Isabelle had always been like this, and I knew where she learned it. I drove to my parents' house, my knuckles white. against the steering wheel of my antiquated backup car, my stomach churning with rage and tiredness, knowing precisely how this conversation would turn out. I walked in without knocking, without bothering with pleasantries, to find my parents sitting stiffly at the kitchen table, their expressions a perfect blend of fake worry and thinly veiled frustration, as if I were the problem here, as if my reaction was the thing that needed to be repaired. Isabel sat slouched in one of the seats, scrolling through her phone, seemingly unconcerned, as if she was waiting for the whole affair to blow over so she could get on with her life, leaving me to pick up the pieces of what she had ruined. Margaret sighed deeply, setting down her coffee cup as if fatigued by my presence, and stroking her temples as if she were the victim in all of this. "Clara, honey, we need to talk about this because your anger is unhealthy for everyone." I felt something icy settle in my chest, something quiet but dangerous. A slow-burning fury that I had carried for years but hadn't completely acknowledged until now. "My wrath," I repeated, my voice unnervingly quiet, my hands resting on the back of an empty chair, holding the wood so tightly that my fingers hurt. "Do you think my anger is the issue here?" Margaret let out a deep sigh and exchanged a quick glance with Henrik, their wordless communication making it brutally evident that they were in agreement on this, that their choice had already been made before I walked through the door. "Sweetheart," she began, her voice dripping with contempt, as if I were a child having a fit over a broken toy. "It's only an automobile. Isabel did not mean to crash it. And we don't believe it's right to penalize her so heavily for what was plainly an accident." I felt something inside me shatter, something that had been held together by sheer willpower for years, something that had been stretched, pulled, and torn far too many times. "She stole it," I murmured, my voice flat and emotionless. Because I knew if I allowed myself to feel anything I'd burst. I told her no. "She stole my keys anyway. She stole my car, ruined it, and then smiled in my face, knowing you'd cover for her, as you usually do." Isabel let out a dramatic sigh before looking up from her phone and rolling her eyes, as if the entire topic was beneath her. "Jesus sis, you're acting like I murdered someone," she mumbled, shaking her head, her arrogance oozing out in waves. "I made an error. Okay, calm down." Henrik reached out, resting a delicate palm on his eyes begging, his smile meticulously molded into something that appeared to be love but was actually manipulation disguised as a nicer packaging. "Clara, you're her sister," he continued quietly, dipping his head as if he were speaking to a toddler in need of discipline. "I understand you are offended, but family forgives, dear. That is what we do. We forgive one another." I stared at him, astounded by the audacity of his comments. He had so easily placed the obligation on me to correct Isabel's actions, as if my sentiments were an inconvenience. As if all of my efforts were in vain. As if my sacrifices weren't important as long as Isabel was pleased. In that moment, I understood that I had been conditioned my entire life to accept this treatment, to believe that my needs came second, that my anger was unwarranted, and that my anguish was something I had to swallow silently in order to keep the family peace. But I was not that person anymore. I wasn't going to let them guilt me into submitting this time. So I tried something I'd never done before. I smiled. It was only a glimmer of amusement, but it was enough to make Henrik stop. Isabel gave me a suspicious look. "You know what?" I said with a light voice and a deceptively tranquil smile, for I had already made my decision. "You're totally correct, Henrik. My family forgives, and I don't want to harbor this resentment anymore." I watched as relief washed over their features. Isabel's smirk reappeared, and they all relaxed back in their chairs, certain that they had won and successfully broken me down into the version of myself that they desired. However, they had no idea what I was planned. They had no idea that beneath my friendly grin and easy acquiescence, I was already setting things in motion. I was going to make Isabel pay for what she had done. She just didn't realize it yet. I had been taught my entire life that family comes first, forgiveness is a virtue, and keeping grudges simply leads to resentment. But as I sat in my car outside the insurance agency, clutching the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white, I understood that those rules had always applied to me. Isabel had never been asked to forgive, compromise, or sacrifice. Because Isabel had never faced serious consequences. Not once. Never in all the years she had coasted through life on the backs of others cleaning up her mistakes. But things were about to change. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't going to be the one left to pick up the pieces. When I walked into the insurance office, the air conditioning blasted on my skin, contrasting sharply with the fire that was seething in my chest. The calculating hatred that had been fueling me since Isabelle Laurent sneered at me and told me our parents would force me to forgive her. The man at the desk hardly looked up while typing something onto his computer. He asked how he might help with a clipped and professional tone of speech. I took a big breath, steadying myself before starting, knowing that once I started this, there was no turning back. "I need to file a claim for my car," I added, maintaining an even tone and a neutral look. He nodded, clicking a few more times before looking up at me. "Was it an accident? Do you have a police report?" "Yes, there's a report," I answered, my heart calm, my decision unshakable. "And I need to report it as unauthorized use." That made him hesitate. He blinked once, turning his head slightly to see if he misheard me. "Unauthorized use," he repeated, his voice full of inquiry. "Are you saying your vehicle was stolen?" I could have replied yes, but I knew better than to lie directly, especially when the truth was equally incriminating. "I never granted her permission to take it," I clarified, picking my words carefully to avoid misinterpretation. "I expressly informed her she could not drive my car, yet she took it anyhow." "That's theft, isn't it?" The man paused for a second before nodding slowly and putting something into his system, his gaze flickering to the screen as he read through what I imagined were corporate procedures on such cases. "If you can provide proof that you denied her permission and she took the vehicle anyway, then yes, this qualifies as unauthorized use." I reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone, my fingers moving quickly as I pulled up the text messages from Isabel, the ones where I had told her no, and she had laughed it off as if my words meant nothing. I turned the screen toward him and watched as he went through the texts, his brow furrowing slightly before nodding again. "This should be sufficient," he remarked, his voice now simply professional, his fingers moving with precision across the keyboard. "Since you're filing for unauthorized use, the liability will not fall on you. It will transfer to the driver." Isabel clarified. Isabel would assume the liability. The realization set in gradually, like warm honey trickling over the hard steel of my rage, coating it in something rich and wonderful. Isabel, who had spent her entire life avoiding responsibility, would eventually have to answer for something. Isabel, who had laughed in my face and told me I had to forgive her, was about to discover what it was like when the world did not bend to her will. "How much are we talking about?" I asked, my voice steady, though my heart was racing with a weird, unknown excitement. Before speaking, the man looked at his screen and adjusted his spectacles. "Well, given the extent of the damage, the estimated total she'll be responsible for is somewhere between €35,000 and €45,000. €35,000 to €45,000. I breathed gently, letting the number wash over me like a wave of pure vindication. Isabel had never received more than a slap on the wrist, nor had she had to bear the full consequences of her acts. But that weight was about to crash down on her, and I wasn't going to lift a finger to stop it. By the time I stepped out of the office, the sun was shining stronger, the air was crisper, and I felt better for the first time since this nightmare began. I felt powerful. I felt free. Later that night, I sat in my apartment reading through social media, my eyes narrowing as I came across Isabel's most recent post, a photo of her and her friends at a bar, drinks in hand, and her caption as haughty as ever. "Tough day, but nothing a few drinks can't fix. Some people need to chill out and move on. Life's too short to stress about little things. Small victories." That is what she termed it. The mere audacity of it caused a ripple of laughter through me, a sound so strange that it frightened me for a second before I sat back into the couch, shaking my head in amusement. Isabel believed she had won. She thought it was over. She assumed our parents had bailed her out again, that everything would return to normal, and that I had simply swallowed my rage and moved on as usual. But Isabel didn't know, and wouldn't know until that insurance claim was processed, that this time I wasn't going to let it go. This time, Isabel was going to learn the hard way. And by the time she knew what I'd done, it would be too late. Sitting at the dinner table, I could already feel the weight of their expectations weighing down on me, thick and oppressive, as if they had all decided that today would be the night I finally got back in line. My father had prepared the table for a Christmas celebration, with candles flickering in their holders and the aroma of roasted chicken and buttery mashed potatoes filling the air. His method of emphasizing that this was supposed to be a family moment, a night of healing, a scene meticulously staged to smooth over what they saw as unneeded discord. My mother sat at the head of the table, her normal dominating yet casual demeanor revealing nothing, but I understood exactly why we were here, why this supper had been organized so soon after the disaster, and why Isabel sat across from me with that annoying sneer stretched across her face, her phone sitting next to her plate, as if she couldn't be bothered pretending this mattered at all. I felt it coming. The inevitable conversation they had all planned in their heads. The carefully chosen words they would use to persuade me that my anger was an inconvenience rather than justified, that my reaction was exaggerated rather than appropriate, and that Isabel deserved my forgiveness simply because she was a family member. But as I sat there, my hands lying in my lap, and a big envelope placed between my fingers beneath the table, all I felt was a strange sense of serenity. Because, unlike them, I knew how this evening would finish. Isabel was the first to speak, her voice dripping with the arrogance she had cultivated since infancy, her words laced with contempt, her smirk growing as she sat back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest. "So, have you calmed down? Or are you still planning to throw a tantrum over a stupid car?" The words barely registered, stirred anything inside me, because I had already expected them, was prepared for how she would turn this into a joke, and knew she would try to make me look unreasonable in front of our parents. I simply cocked my head, flashing her a faint, unreadable grin, watching as her confidence swelled in the face of what she mistook for submission, and my parents exchanged relieved glances, mistakenly believing they had won. My father let out a big sigh, intended to sound exasperated yet gentle, as if he were playing the tiresome position of mediator, as if he were the only one with the patience to cope with me. "Clara, sweetheart, I know this has been a stressful situation for you, but we really need to put this behind us as a family. Isabel made a mistake, but you holding on to this anger isn't going to fix anything." My mother, the voice of reason, the woman who prided herself on being rational and pragmatic, nodded along as she cut into her chicken, speaking without looking up from her plate. "Life is too short to get caught up in things like this, Clara. At the end of the day, it's just a car. Things can be replaced. Family can't." Isabel's delight radiated out to me. I could see her relishing my perceived defeat. Her ego grew with each passing second, and her sneer became more irritating by the minute. She picked up her fork, spinning it between her fingers, and shook her head in mock despair. "Seriously, sis. You need to chill. I swear you've always been like this, overreacting, making everything a huge deal. I mean, come on. I cracked a car. Not your entire life. You'll get over it." I finally moved when she let out an amused chuckle. My father reached across the table to place a soothing hand on mine, and my mother offered a slight nod of approval to Isabel's comments. I reached behind the table, brought the envelope out, and carefully placed it in front of Isabel. The sound of thick paper striking the polished wood was loud enough to make all three of them pause. Isabel gave it a quick glance, her sneer remaining firmly in place as she shook her head, rolling her eyes as if I was being dramatic, as if anything I was about to do couldn't possibly be worth her time. "What's this? Some angry letter about how I hurt your feelings?" "Read it," I said simply, my tone steady and my expression unreadable. Something in my tone must have piqued her interest, because for the first time that night, her amusement wavered, her smirk wavering just slightly as she went for the envelope, fingers trembling for a split second before tearing it open. The moment she took out the papers and studied the words printed across the top, the color drained from her cheeks so fast that it was almost pleasurable to behold, almost lyrical in its irony. I watched in silence as her hands tightened around the pages, her lips opened and closed silently, and her entire demeanor changed from arrogant confidence to quiet, dawning dread. My father frowned, looking between us with perplexity, his hand still resting near mine and tightening slightly. "Clara. What is this?" Isabel's voice was scarcely audible, her fingers grasping the document so firmly that the edges crumpled under the strain. "What did you do?" I took a sip of wine and let the stillness last just long enough to make them uncomfortable. I waited just long enough for Isabel to feel the weight of reality on her shoulders before speaking. My voice quiet, measured, and almost compassionate. "That, dear sister, is the finalized insurance report. The one that officially transfers full liability to you." The air shifted abruptly, dense with tension and stifling in its weight. The startling revelation hit my parents like a smack in the face. My mother eventually looked up from her plate, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth, her eyes sharp and calculating, attempting to piece together what had just occurred, trying to comprehend how Isabel had gone from untouchable to accountable. My father drew his hand away, scanning through the papers with increasing concern, his breath catching as he understood what this meant, as he read the numbers printed clearly in bold ink. Isabel appeared terrified for the first time in her life, and I had never felt more satisfied in my entire life. Her chair scraped loudly against the floor as she pushed back from the table with enough force to rattle the silverware, her breath coming in sharp, uneven bursts, her face twisted in a mixture of disbelief and fury, her hands clutching the insurance paper so tightly that it crumpled under her fingers. She stood there for a bit, her chest rising and falling as she looked at me with something resembling betrayal, as if I had somehow harmed her by refusing to roll over and accept her actions. As if the true crime here was not her irresponsibility, entitlement, or larceny, but my audacity in forcing her to face the consequences of her conduct. When she finally spoke, her voice was tight, low, and furious, quivering with barely controlled wrath. "This isn't funny, Clara. Tell me you're joking." I didn't answer right away, allowing the silence to stretch between us, watching as panic flickered across her face and she looked from me to our parents, as if she expected them to come in and solve things before it spiraled out of control. My father's lips were slightly parted, his fingers gripping at the fabric of his shirt, and his gaze darted across the papers in front of him, as if looking for a loophole, a way out, or some piece of information that would make this all disappear. My mother, ever the controlled one, took a deep breath and pressed her hands flat against the table, her voice measured and serene but tinged with something dangerously close to frustration. "Clara," she began, her eyes sharp and heavy with anticipation, as they always were when she wanted me to fold. "This is going too far. You're punishing your sister in a way that isn't just cruel. It's vindictive." Isabel let out a bitter chuckle, the sound hollow and forced, her fingers raking through her hair as she turned away from the table, pacing like a trapped beast and shaking her head in shock. "This is insane. You're actually trying to ruin my life over a goddamn car." I leaned back in my chair, arms crossed across my chest, my look unreadable and my speech steady. "No, Isabel. I'm not ruining your life. I'm just not cleaning up your mess this time." My father inhaled deeply, his palm flying to his chest as if I had physically struck him, his eyes wide with surprise, as if he couldn't believe I was refusing to play the role they had assigned me from childhood. The role of the responsible one, the one who forgives, smooths things over, and makes sacrifices so Isabel does not have to. "Sweetheart, this is going to follow her for years," he said, his voice shaking and his fingers gripping on the papers as if he could will them away. "Insurance claims like this. The financial burden. This isn't just some small punishment. This is going to ruin her credit, her future, her ability to—" "To do what, Henrik?" I interrupted, my voice sharper now, my patience wearing dangerously thin, my hands pressing against the edge of the table to keep steady, to keep coasting through life without consequences, to keep taking whatever she wants without thinking about how it affects others, to keep letting you and Margaret protect her from reality. Isabel slammed her hands against the back of her chair, her jaw clenched, her entire body twisted so tight I thought she would split in half. "You're genuinely behaving like I killed someone," she growled, her eyes flaming with wrath and her voice quivering with incredulity. "I made a mistake. Okay, I've taken your automobile. I damaged it. I was careless about it. Fine, I got it. I botched up. But you—" She waved furiously at the documents in my father's hands, her visage twisting in frustration. "You went out of your way to make this as horrible as it could be for me." Something inside me sparked at those words. Something raw, something furious, something that had been simmering for years but had never fully risen until now. I stood slowly, carefully, my gaze locked onto hers, my voice low but unwavering, my rage icy and precise. "You didn't mind that I lost something I labored for. Why should I worry if you are losing something?" The words hit her harder than I expected, knocking the breath out of her lungs and causing her expression to falter for a moment. A flicker of regret flashed across her face, but it was quickly buried beneath layers of entitlement, anger, and the unwavering belief that I was the one who was being unfair. My mother exhaled through her nose, rubbing her temples as if my resistance to cave was a little annoyance. "Clara, I understand you're upset, but this isn't right. We are family. We do not do this to each other." I laughed dryly, shaking my head and crossed my arms over my chest. "We don't do this to each other? That is funny, Margaret, because Isabel had no trouble doing it to me. And you had no difficulty allowing her." Isabel sneered, shaking her head in disbelief, her hands holding her hair as if she were ready to tear it out. "I don't have that kind of money," she whispered, her voice cracking slightly as the gravity of the situation dawned on her. "How the hell am I supposed to pay for this?" For the first time that night I smiled, but it wasn't warm, soft, or forgiving. "Figure it out," I said simply, turning away from her and walking toward the door, refusing to look back, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing even a sliver of doubt in my expression. Isabel had taken something from me, and for the first time in her life, she was going to give something back, whether she liked it or not. I heard my father call after me, his voice high with desperation, pleading with me to think this through, to be reasonable, and not let it tear the family apart. But I didn't stop, turn, or hesitate. Isabel didn't call, text, or reach out for days, and I wasn't surprised because I knew exactly what she was doing. She was scrambling, panicking, and trying to find a way out of the mess she had created, desperately hoping that someone somewhere would bail her out the way they always did. I could picture her pacing in her overpriced apartment, running her hands through her hair, calling our parents every hour to demand that they fix this, just like they had fixed everything else for her in the past. Never once stopping to consider that perhaps, just maybe, this was a problem too big for them to ignore. I knew my parents had money, but I also knew that they weren't wealthy enough to magically disappear 45,000 euros without making serious sacrifices, dipping into funds meant for their own security, and shaking the foundation of their comfortable lives in a way that would make them deeply, profoundly uncomfortable. And if there was one thing I knew for certain, it was that my parents despised discomfort. The banging on my door came 4 days later, and I didn't even need to look through the peephole to know it was her. The aggressive knocking, the impatient huff of breath on the other side, and the absolute entitlement nearly radiating through the wood, were all the confirmation I needed. I took my time responding, allowing her to stew, allowing the silence to last long enough for her to wonder if I was even going to acknowledge her at all, allowing her to feel a fraction of the frustration and helplessness that I had felt when she had stolen and wrecked my car without a second thought. When I finally opened the door, I saw her standing there looking disheveled, the dark circles under her eyes more pronounced than usual, her normally cocky posture slightly hunched, her fingers twitching at her sides as if she was barely holding herself together. I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed over my chest, my expression carefully neutral as I arched a brow at her. "Something is wrong, Isabel." Her jaw clenched at my words, her eyes blazing with something dark, something dangerous, something that appeared to be a last-ditch attempt at control. "You need to undo this," she whispered, her voice low, tight, and barely held. "I do not care what you want from me. Please make this go away." I let out a quiet breath through my nose, shaking my head slightly, my expression constant, my patience non-existent. "It's done," I replied simply, my voice firm, calm, and immovable. "You'd need a lawyer and around 35,000 euros to dispute it, and we both know you do not have either of those things." For a split second, I saw something in her face crack, a tiny fracture in the carefully constructed mask of confidence she had worn her entire life, a flicker of pure, unfiltered panic that she couldn't quite suppress, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by anger, resentment, and the same defensive arrogance she always resorted to when things didn't go her way. She let out a sharp, bitter laugh, running both hands through her hair before dropping them to her sides, her shoulders tensed, her breathing uneven. "You seriously hate me this much?" she demanded, her voice rising now, her composure slipping with every passing second. "You seriously think I deserve to have my entire life destroyed over a PED car?" I tilted my head slightly, eyeing her with something resembling amusement, cold and aloof and devoid of empathy. "Isabel, you smashed my car without a second thought. Why should I care if I am wrecking your financial account?" Her hands curled into fists at her sides, her nostrils flaring, her entire body shaking with barely contained rage, her voice breaking under the weight of her own desperation. "This isn't fair, Clara. You're punishing me for something that was never meant to be so serious, and it wasn't designed to ruin me. I made a mistake, okay? A dumb error. But what you're doing is cruel. It is calculated. It's absurd." I felt my lips twitch, not a smile, not anything at all, just a small, satisfied acceptance of the irony of the situation. Of Isabel suddenly experiencing something she had never contemplated before. Culpability. "You'll figure it out," I answered simply, shifting my weight onto one foot, my voice light and dismissive. "Isn't that what you usually do?" Isabel had nothing to say for the first time in her life. I started to close the door, but before I could, her phone buzzed in her pocket, and I saw her face shift into something that almost resembled fear. Her fingers fumbling to pull it out, her eyes scanning the screen with a mixture of confusion and dread. I leaned casually against the doorframe, watching as her expression darkened, her jaw tightened, her fingers gripping the phone so tightly that her knuckles. I inquired, my voice tinged with fake innocence, my gaze never leaving her face. Her mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out, just a sharp, uneven breath. Just the sound of her own world crumbling around her, and I knew in that exact moment that she had finally gotten the message I'd been waiting for. Her to receive. The one from her employer, informing her that her reckless behavior had raised concerns, explaining that her recent promotion was now being reevaluated, making it clear that, for the first time in her life, Isabel was truly alone. I didn't wait for her to look up at me, to see the full scope of her realization, or to hear whatever pathetic excuse or desperate plea was bound to spill from her lips. Instead, I simply smiled, a slow, knowing, satisfied smile, and gently shut the door in her. My sister-in-law planned her wedding on my daughter's birthday. My husband skipped the party, called me dramatic, so I showed him what real dramatic looks like. My name is Elise, and I am 31 years old. My husband's name is Martin, and he is 35. We've been married for 7 years and have a 5-year-old daughter, Sophia. I need to get this off my chest because I'm not sure if I'm overreacting or if my marriage is truly breaking apart. Martin's family is difficult. His sister Isabel, 30, has always been the golden child. She is a lawyer who has never married or had children, and her parents treat her as if she is walking on water. Meanwhile, Martin is an electrician, which appears to be the source of his unhappiness. His parents, Margaret, 59, and Bernard, 61, have made it obvious throughout the years that they believe he settled for less by marrying me and having a child at such a young age. The past with Isabel is crucial here. She got engaged 2 years ago to Adrian, a finance professional. The engagement was a big occasion with a party costing more than our wedding. Margaret quickly began organizing a lavish wedding for this summer. Isabel wanted everything to be perfect, so she kept changing dates and places. It was initially scheduled for April, then June, and finally July 16th. Here's when things get messy. Sophia's birthday is July 15th. When Isabel announced the July 16th date during Christmas dinner, I commented that it was the day after Sophia's birthday. Isabel just shrugged and noted that weekends fill up quickly for venues. Margaret suggested we celebrate Sophia's birthday the weekend before, or after. Martin simply sat there and nodded along. I was already annoyed, but I felt we could work it out. Sophia is only 5. She wouldn't know whether we celebrated a few days early or late. However, in February, Isabel moved the wedding date to July 15th, which is also Sophia's birthday. I discovered out when Margaret called Martin to inform him of the date change. She said it as if it was no great thing. I was standing right there when she announced that the wedding would now be on the 15th. I took the phone and asked Margaret whether she was aware it was Sophia's birthday. She said yes, but the venue had a cancellation and Isabel wanted to take the date. Then she stated that Sophia would celebrate many more birthdays, but Isabel would only marry once. Martin returned the call and stated we'd sort it out. After he hung up, I told him it was stupid. Sophia had been discussing her 5th birthday celebration for months. We had previously invited her tiny buddies to a celebration at our house on the 15th. I had purchased a personalized cake with her favorite cartoon characters. We'd rented a bouncy house. Martin stated that his family would never forgive him if he missed Isabel's wedding. I pointed out that Isabel knew just what she was doing when she chose that date. She had already rescheduled it twice, and the last accessible date for the entire summer occurred to be Sophia's birthday. Martin stated I was being neurotic, that Isabel wasn't as calculated. We argued over it for weeks. Martin kept mentioning that we might host Sophia's celebration in the morning, and then travel to the wedding. The site was 2.5 hours distant, and the wedding was scheduled for 3:30 p.m. I explained that it would entail rushing Sophia through her own birthday party so that we could jump in the van and drive to celebrate someone else. Martin stated that Sophia will not remember this birthday due to her young age. That comment got me angry. I reminded Martin that Sophia may not remember the specifics, but she will remember that her parents chose someone else over her on her special day. He claimed I was being theatrical. I asked him what he would select if he had to choose between the two. He couldn't respond. Margaret began pressuring me in April about our wedding RSVP. She kept calling, inquiring about our menu options and whether Sophia needed a kids' meal. Every talk concluded with her reminding me how important this day was for Isabel and how the entire family will be present. She never mentioned that it was also Sophia's birthday. I finally told Margaret that we hadn't decided whether or not to come yet. She was shocked. She claimed she couldn't believe I'd keep Martin from his sister's wedding. I mentioned that it was our daughter's birthday, and we had previously planned. Margaret suggested the plans might be adjusted, but not the wedding. She suggested we leave Sophia with a babysitter for the day and have her celebrate with a friend instead. When Martin learned about this exchange, he was furious with me for not simply saying yes to his mother. He claimed I was making drama for no reason. I informed him that there was definitely a reason, and it was our 5-year-old daughter. He claimed I was putting him in a difficult position. I explained that Isabel and his parents had put us in this situation by selecting Sophia's birthday for the wedding. Things worsened in June, when Isabel called me personally. She explained that she had heard I was concerned about the wedding date and wanted to clarify the situation. She admitted that when she changed the date, she completely forgot it was Sophia's birthday. She expressed regret for the conflict, but claimed she couldn't reverse anything because they had already sent out new invitations and made deposits. I might have believed her if not for what she said next. She informed me that because Sophia was so little, this would be an excellent opportunity to teach her that sometimes we must make sacrifices for family. She promised Sophia that when she grew older, she would understand why her parents chose to be present for such an important family occasion. That's when I realized Martin's family considered Sophia less significant than Isabel's wedding. They expected a 5-year-old to make sacrifices so that the adults may do as they pleased. I told Isabel that Sophia was part of the family, and her birthday was important as well. Isabel remarked, "Of course, Sophia was important, but a wedding only happens once, whereas birthdays happen every year." After that call, I sat Martin down and spelled it out simply. I told him he could attend the wedding if he wanted, but Sophia and I would not be present. We planned a party at home to honor her birthday. He could decide which event was most essential to him. Martin claimed I was giving him an ultimatum, which wasn't fair. I explained that his sister had already given us an ultimatum by choosing that date. He claimed I was making things into a bigger deal than it needed to be. I asked him how he would have felt if his parents had missed his birthday as a child to attend someone else's wedding. He explained that this was different because it was his sister. We went back and forth like this for several weeks. Martin continued to seek concessions that would allow him to achieve both things. He recommended we throw a small celebration for Sophia in the morning and then everyone attend the wedding together. I told him that Sophia's friends had been invited and we couldn't simply cancel on them. He proposed relocating Sophia's celebration to the weekend prior. I mentioned that we'd still be spending her actual birthday at someone else's gathering. In June, Margaret began calling me many times each week. She claimed that my persistence was causing the family to split up. She told me Isabel was stressed out about the turmoil, and that I was destroying what should have been the happiest time of her life. Margaret suggested that as adults, Martin and I set an example for Sophia by putting family first. I finally lost my cool, and informed Margaret that Sophia was also family. Margaret remarked, "Of course she was, but Sophia was just a child who wouldn't understand the significance of missing the wedding." I responded that Sophia deserved to feel important on her birthday. Margaret claimed I was pampering Sophia by making such a big deal about one day. The final straw occurred 2 weeks before the wedding. Martin came home and stated he had spoken with his father. Bernard had advised Martin that missing Isabel's wedding would irrevocably harm his ties with the family. Bernard stated that some things are more important than a child's birthday party, and Martin needs to get his priorities right. I asked Martin what he had told his father. Martin claimed he had explained our predicament, but Bernard refused to listen. Then Martin suggested we just go to the wedding. He stated Sophia would get over it, but his family might not forgive him for missing such a significant occasion. That night, I realized my husband would choose his sister above our kid. He was willing to disappoint Sophia on her birthday so that his family would be happy. I stopped debating with him about it. I just started organizing Sophia's birthday celebration, as if he wouldn't be present. Martin inquired as to my activities the following morning. I told him I was checking details for Sophia's party, which was happening with or without him. He inquired whether I was serious about not attending the wedding. I claimed I'd never been more serious about anything. Sophia's birthday was not negotiable to me. Martin stated that he felt caught between his wife and his family. I informed him that Sophia and I were also intended to be his family. He stated that we were his family, but so were his parents and Isabel. I told him that he needed to decide which family was more important to him. So here we are, a week before both events. Martin has yet to give me a solid response about what he is doing. He continues stating he is trying to find something out. Meanwhile, I'm preparing a birthday celebration that my husband may not attend because he's afraid of disappointing his sister. I'm not sure if I'm being unreasonable. Is it terrible that I do not want to spend my daughter's birthday at someone else's wedding? Should I simply give in and leave to keep the peace? Or is Martin's family unreasonable in asking us to put Isabel's wedding over Sophia's birthday? Update 1. I wasn't planned on updating this soon, but a lot has happened and I need to get it out there. Thank you to everyone who commented on my initial post. Reading your responses made me understand I wasn't crazy to prioritize my daughter's birthday. So this is what occurred. The week before Sophia's birthday and Isabel's wedding was tense. Martin was rarely speaking to me and spent the majority of his time on the phone with his relatives. Margaret's voice became more audible over the phone as time passed. Isabel called twice more to persuade me to bring Sophia to the wedding. Martin made his final decision on July 14th, the day before Sophia's birthday. He arrived home from work and announced that he was going to the wedding. He refused to skip his sister's wedding and claimed that his family would never forgive him. Then he asked if Sophia and I might considering joining him. I said no. We were holding Sophia's celebration as scheduled. Martin was furious, accusing me of being selfish and cruel. He claimed I was using Sophia to hurt his family. I told him I was protecting Sophia from others who thought she wasn't important. Martin said he'd leave early Saturday morning and try to return by Sunday evening. I said fine. He asked if I would explain to Sophia why Daddy was not present for her birthday. I replied I'd tell her that Daddy needed to be somewhere else. Saturday morning arrived. Sophia awoke thrilled for her birthday. She dashed into our bedroom asking where Daddy was. I informed her that her papa had to go somewhere but would be returning shortly. She inquired as to if her father had forgotten about her birthday. I said no. Daddy remembered he merely needed to assist Aunt Isabel with something urgent. Martin had left a gift on the kitchen table, along with a message promising to make amends to Sophia when he returned. Sophia opened it to see a doll she had coveted. She played with it for around 10 minutes before asking when Daddy was coming to her celebration. The festivities began around 1 p.m. Sophia continued asking where Daddy was. Sophia's tiny friends began to arrive, and she informed them that Daddy was on his way to her celebration, but he was running behind schedule. I had to constantly shift her focus to games and activities. Margaret called me at approximately 2 p.m. She explained that Martin had arrived at the wedding venue and wanted to know how Sophia's party was going. I told her everything was going okay and hung up. She called back an hour later to compliment Isabel on her gorgeous dress. I didn't respond. Despite the circumstances, the celebration was a success. Sophia had a great time with her pals and enjoyed the bounce house, although she asked about Martin around 18 times throughout the day. Every time someone new arrived, she would rush to the door, believing it was Daddy. Sophia fell asleep on the couch with her new doll after the party was over and her friends had gone home. She fell asleep waiting for Martin to return. I carried her to bed, and she awoke long enough to inquire whether Daddy would be present when she awoke the next morning. I responded, probably not, but maybe the day after. Martin texted me photographs from the wedding, Isabel in her dress, ceremony and reception. He sent me a note stating Sophia appeared happy in the images I had uploaded from the celebration. I did not respond. Martin returned home around 7:30 p.m. on Sunday. Sophia was already in bed, but when she heard the garage door, she ran downstairs. She flew into his arms and began speaking about her celebration. Martin appeared tired and guilty, yet he listened to all Sophia wanted to tell him. Later that night, after Sophia had fallen asleep, Martin attempted to speak with me. He described the wedding as gorgeous, but he kept thinking about Sophia's celebration. He stated that several individuals had asked where we were, and he had to continue explaining. He claimed Isabel inquired about Sophia twice during the event. I asked Martin whether it was worthwhile. He said he didn't know. I informed him Sophia had asked for him 18 times at her party. Martin expressed regret at missing it, but he couldn't have missed Isabel's wedding either. I told him he could have, but he decided not to. Then Martin said something that altered everything. He told me that during the father-daughter dance at the reception, Bernard danced with Isabel because her biological father was not present. Martin admitted that witnessing them reminded him of missing his own daughter's birthday to watch someone else be Isabel's father figure. I hoped that this would be a turning point. Perhaps Martin would finally comprehend what he had chosen. But then he said that, while feeling awful about missing Sophia's birthday, he still believed he had made the right decision. He claimed Isabel's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event, whereas Sophia would celebrate many more birthdays. That's when I realized nothing had happened. Martin still believed that his family's activities were more important than our daughter's milestones. He felt awful for skipping Sophia's celebration, but he didn't believe he was wrong. I told Martin that I needed some time to think about our marriage. He inquired what I meant. I stated I needed to decide if I wanted to stay married to someone who would always prioritize his sister and parents over his wife and children. Martin told me I was overreacting, and that missing Sophia's birthday didn't mean he loved her any less. I pointed out that it was more than just one birthday. It was whenever his family requested something and asked us to drop everything. Every time Margaret critiqued my parenting, Martin remained silent. Isabel required care at all times, and our goals were rendered irrelevant. Martin claimed he couldn't change how his family was. But he loved Sophia and me. I told him that love wasn't enough if he wasn't willing to stand up for us. Martin stated that he didn't know how to balance everyone's needs. I explained that Sophia's needs should come first because she was 5 years old and we were her parents. We've been sleeping in separate bedrooms since he returned. Martin continues to try to have conversations about how to repair this, but he refuses to recognize that choosing the wedding was incorrect. He simply wants me to forgive him and move on. But this is what really upsets me. Sophia hasn't asked about Daddy skipping her party since the first night. She's simply accepted that Daddy has somewhere else to be. I don't want her to grow up thinking that's usual. I don't want her to believe that those who love her have more important places to be. I have been looking at flats online. I haven't made any decisions yet. But I'm starting to believe Martin would never prioritize Sophia and me in the same way that his family does Isabel. I'm not sure if I can keep fighting this struggle for the next 18 years, till Sophia grows up. Martin's family has been contacting to thank him for attending the wedding. Margaret gave Sophia a late birthday card containing $20. Isabel shared images of her lovely day on social media. Nobody has asked Sophia about her celebration or whether she was unhappy that Daddy was unable to attend. I'm weary of being the only one who believes Sophia is as important as Isabel. Update 2. Things have grown significantly worse since my last report. I wasn't sure if I should write again, but I need some advice because I don't know what to do anymore. After Martin returned from Isabel's wedding, we didn't speak for 2 weeks. He kept trying to talk about moving forward, but I couldn't get beyond the reality that he still believed he had made the right decision. Sophia was well on the surface, but she began experiencing nightmares and asking me odd questions about whether Daddy loved her. Martin recommended that we go on a family holiday 4 weeks after the wedding to make up for missing Sophia's birthday. He wanted to spend a long weekend in Disney World. I told him we couldn't afford it right now, and even if we could, it seemed like he was attempting to buy his way out of what he'd done. Martin explained that he was attempting to do something unique for Sophia. I mentioned that it would have been great for him to attend her birthday party. He claimed he couldn't undo the past, and that we needed to focus on the future. I informed him that I wasn't ready to move forward yet. That's when Martin suggested we seek marriage counseling. I was relieved when he brought it up since I assumed he was finally taking things seriously. We located someone who could see us the next week. The first session felt weird. The counselor asked each of us to explain why we were there. I explained how Martin chose his sister's wedding over Sophia's birthday, which was part of a larger trend of him prioritizing his family over us. Martin claimed I was harboring a grudge for one day and refusing to forgive him. The counselor asked Martin whether he realized how much missing Sophia's birthday had upset me. Martin explained that he understood my disappointment, but he couldn't be in 2 places at once. The counselor inquired whether he had considered alternative options. Martin explained that there were no other options because the wedding could not be moved. I jumped in and claimed Sophia's birthday couldn't be changed either. Martin stated that birthdays happen every year, but marriages only happen once. The counselor inquired about Martin's perception of Sophia's reaction to his absence from her party. Martin stated that Sophia was fine and had moved on quickly. That's when I informed the counselor about Sophia's dreams and whether her father loved her. Martin appeared shocked. He claimed Sophia never mentioned being displeased to him. I mentioned that Sophia was 5 years old and didn't know how to communicate her feelings directly. The counselor invited us to return the next week. I believed we were making progress because Martin appeared astonished to learn that Sophia had been harmed more than he imagined. Then something happened that altered everything. Margaret called me 2 days after our first counseling appointment. She mentioned that she had heard Martin and I were experiencing troubles and wanted to help. She explained that she knew I was upset over Isabel's wedding, but it was time to stop punishing Martin for doing the right thing. I informed Margaret that attending Sophia's birthday party would have been the perfect decision. Margaret claimed Sophia was too young to grasp the significance of family occasions such as weddings. She clarified, "I was teaching Sophia to be selfish by making such a big deal about her birthday." Then Margaret said something that made my blood boil. She informed me that Isabel was considering having children soon, and that when that happened, I would understand how vital it is for families to support one another throughout major life events. I asked Margaret if she believed Sophia's birthday was a significant milestone. Margaret claimed that birthday parties for small children were simply an opportunity for parents to brag. I was outraged when I hung up on Margaret. I recognized Martin's family would never regard Sophia as essential as Isabel. They would always find reasons to put Sophia's needs second. I told Martin about our talk that night. Instead of being upset with his mother for calling me, Martin claimed Margaret was simply trying to help. He speculated that his mother may have been correct in her assessment that I was overly enthusiastic about Sophia's birthday. I questioned Martin if he honestly believed his mother was correct. He claimed he didn't know anymore because everyone was telling him various stories. Our second counseling session was disastrous. Martin spent the majority of his time talking about how upset he was since everyone was furious with him. He stated his parents were concerned that I was dividing the family over something that had already happened. He claimed I was unhappy and would not allow him make amends for missing Sophia's birthday. He admitted that he felt unable to make anyone happy. The counselor asked Martin what he believed might help to resolve the matter. Martin stated that he believed I needed to forgive him and we needed to move on. The counselor inquired whether Martin had done anything to earn such forgiveness. Martin said he apologized and offered to take Sophia on a special trip. I informed the counselor that Martin had never indicated he was wrong for choosing the wedding. I stated he kept saying he was sorry I was unhappy, but he never admitted he made the wrong decision. Martin claimed he couldn't admit he was wrong because he still believed he did what he had to do. The counselor urged Martin to envisage Sophia getting married in 18 years and Martin's brother having his wedding on the same day. The counselor inquired as to Martin's preferred choice. Martin explained that it would be different because Sophia would be his daughter. I informed Sophia that she was now his daughter. Martin said he knew, but she was only 5 years old and would not remember this birthday when she grew up. I explained that she might not recall the specifics, but she would remember the feeling of not being significant enough. We left the session with assignments. The counselor asked each of us to write down what we needed to feel like our marriage was moving ahead. Martin was meant to consider how his choices affected Sophia. I was meant to think about what forgiveness might be like. I wrote 4 pages about how Martin needed to admit his mistakes and vow to putting Sophia first in the future. Martin wrote 3 sentences on how I should stop bringing up the wedding and move on. When we shared our homework at the next session, the counselor asked Martin if he had considered how his decisions affected Sophia. Martin admitted that Sophia was more unhappy than he had anticipated, but he still believed he had made the best decision he could with the knowledge available at the time. The counselor inquired as to what knowledge Martin did not have. Martin expressed surprise that Sophia would be so impacted by his absence from one party. I pointed them that any parent would understand that missing their child's birthday would be upsetting. Martin claimed that hindsight is 20/20. That's when I realized counseling was not going to work. Martin was not willing to adapt or admit he was wrong. He was there to persuade me to quit being angry at what he did. He wanted the counselor to convince me that his decision was reasonable. I informed Martin after that session that I was finished with counseling. He questioned why. I explained that he wasn't taking it seriously. Martin stated he was trying, but I refused to listen to the counselor's suggestions for going forward. Isabel announced her pregnancy 2 weeks ago. Margaret quickly called Martin to share the wonderful news. Then she called to tell me how happy she was to become a grandmother again. She stated the baby would be exceptionally wonderful, because Isabel and Adrian were married and financially secure. The comment about Isabel's baby being extra special because of her marriage and money was plainly aimed at Sophia and myself. Margaret has often commented that Martin and I had Sophia before we were entirely financially comfortable. When Martin learned about the pregnancy, he was overjoyed. He began discussing how Sophia would have a relative her age and how enjoyable family gatherings would be. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about how this baby would become the new focus of attention, and Sophia would be even less important. Martin questioned why I wasn't overjoyed at Isabel's news. I expressed my happiness for them, but I was concerned about how Sophia might be affected. Martin stated that it would have no effect on Sophia other than to the positive. I claimed Isabel's wedding had already demonstrated how much Sophia meant to his family while there was something else going on. Martin told me I should stop seeking for reasons to be bad about his family. I explained that his family kept giving me justifications. Martin stated that if I just tried to get along with them, it would be better for everyone. I asked Martin who he believed should be attempting to get along with whom. Last week I reached a decision. I informed Martin that I wanted to separate. He questioned if I was serious. I claimed I'd never been more serious about anything. Martin questioned whether I was truly going to end our marriage over one day. I told him I was terminating our marriage because he would never put Sophia and me first. Martin stated that he prioritized us in all areas that were important. I asked him to recall a time when he chose us above his family in a fight. He could not think of any examples. I stated that this proved my point. Martin promised to improve in the future. I stated I'd heard it before, and nothing changed. Martin inquired as to what he might do to demonstrate his commitment this time. I replied there was nothing he could do because I no longer trusted him. I located an affordable apartment on my own. It isn't as nice as our house, but it is clean and safe, and Sophia attends a decent school district. I have not signed the lease yet, but the landlord is keeping it until the end of the week. Martin repeatedly asks if we can try counseling again, or if there is anything else he can do. I told him the time to try was before he prioritized Isabel's wedding over Sophia's birthday. He stated that one error should not end a 7-year marriage. I claimed it wasn't a single mistake. It was an example of a pattern that would not alter. Sophia continues asking why mommy and daddy are upset. I'm not sure what to tell her. I don't want her to believe it's her fault, but I also don't know how to explain that Papa loves her, but not enough to prioritize her when it counts. I have until Friday to decide on the apartment. Part of me hopes Martin will do something to show me how much he has changed, but most of me understands that even if he promises to be different, Isabel's pregnancy will open up fresh opportunities for him to prioritize his family over us. Update 3. This will be my last update. I've received messages questioning what occurred, so I wanted to wrap things off correctly. I took the apartment. Martin didn't fight me over it, which told me all I needed to know about his desire to save our marriage. We agreed that Sophia would stay with me during the week and spend the weekends with Martin until we could work out a more permanent custody arrangement. Sophia struggled during her first few weeks. She kept asking when we'd go back to the large house with Daddy. I told her we would be staying in our new apartment, but Daddy would still see her frequently. She inquired as to if she had done something wrong to cause us to move. I informed her that none of this was her fault and that both Mommy and Daddy adored her very much. Martin came to pick up Sophia for their first weekend together, around 4 weeks after I moved out. Sophia ran to him as if she hadn't seen him in months, despite the fact that it had only been 6 days. Martin gazed around the apartment, wondering if we had everything we needed. I claimed everything was okay. While Sophia was getting her overnight bag, Martin inquired about my happiness. I informed him that I was adjusting. He claimed the house felt empty without us. I stated that he could have stopped it. Martin acknowledged that I blamed him, but he hoped that one day I would see that he was trying to do the right thing for everyone. I stated that striving to please everyone usually results in making no one happy. Sophia had a nice weekend with Martin. When he brought her back Sunday evening, she was eager to tell me about everything they did. Martin had taken her to the zoo, where they had ice cream and watched movies. Sophia explained, "Daddy seemed sad, but he tried to hide it by being extra fun." After Sophia went to bed, Martin remained at the door. He wondered if there was any way we could try again. I asked him what was different this time. He stated that he will strive harder to balance everything. I pointed out that he didn't need to try to prioritize his daughter. It should be natural. According to Martin, nothing about this circumstance was normal. Margaret called me 3 weeks into our separation. She claimed she'd heard Martin and I were experiencing troubles and wanted to know what she could do to help. I almost chuckled, because Margaret's assistance was the last thing our marriage required. Margaret said she knew how sad I was about Isabel's wedding, but that enough time had passed for me to be over it. She claimed keeping grudges was bad for Sophia and the family. I informed Margaret that I was not holding a grudge. I was shielding my kid from those who did not value her. Margaret objected, claiming that it was unfair because Sophia was adored by the entire family. I asked Margaret to recall an instance when she prioritized Sophia's needs over Isabel's wants. Margaret argued that was not a fair comparison because Isabel was an adult with adult responsibilities, whereas Sophia was a child. I answered, "Exactly. Sophia was a child who needed the adults in her life to put her first sometimes." Margaret said children needed to understand that they weren't the center of the universe. I stated that Sophia was learning the lesson too quickly. Margaret then told me something that validated all I'd suspected about Martin's family. She explained that when Isabel's child was born, they hoped Martin would bring Sophia over more so she could be a good big cousin. Margaret emphasized the importance of Sophia understanding her role in caring for the new baby. I asked Margaret how she expected a 5-year-old to interact with a newborn. Margaret stated that Sophia may assist entertain the baby while also learning about family responsibility. I informed Margaret that Sophia was a family member who should be cared for, rather than put to work. After hanging up with Margaret, I realized I had made the correct decision to go. Sophia was never seen by Martin's family as anything more than a supporting player in Isabel's story. Sophia was supposed to give up her birthday for Isabel's wedding. She was now expected to serve as Isabel's built-in babysitter. I called my lawyer the next day to inquire about filing for divorce. She stated we may start the process when I was ready. I told her I wanted complete custody of Sophia and supervised visits for Martin until he could demonstrate that he would prioritize Sophia's needs first. The lawyer stated that this might be difficult to prove in court. I claimed I had documentation of everything that had occurred. When I told Martin I was going to file for divorce, he wondered whether I was serious. I claimed I'd never been more serious about anything in my life. Martin stated that he believed separation would help us work things out. I said that separation had helped me realize that Sophia and I would be better off without individuals who did not value us. Martin requested whether he may spend unsupervised time with Sophia. I said as long as he didn't take her around his family alone. Martin questioned why. I said this because Margaret had previously told me that she expected Sophia to assist care for Isabel's baby, and I would not let Sophia be used in that way. Martin said I was being unfair, that Margaret only wanted Sophia to be involved with her new cousin. I stated that Sophia was 5 years old and should not be responsible for anyone else's children. Martin claimed I was keeping Sophia away from her family. I claimed I was protecting Sophia from those who viewed her as free labor. The divorce was finalized 5 weeks ago. Martin sees Sophia every other weekend and 1 evening per week. He cannot take her to his parents' place or other family occasions without my approval. Martin objected at first, but his lawyer encouraged him to accept it. Isabel had a baby last month. Margaret has called me twice to inquire when she can meet her new grandson, and Sophia can meet her cousins. I informed Margaret that Sophia and I would not be attending family occasions. Margaret claimed I was being nasty and hurting Sophia by keeping her away from her relatives. I mentioned Sophia's family consisted of Martin and me. Everyone else was extended family, and Sophia would decide when she grew up how much interaction she wanted with them. Margaret claimed I was poisoning Sophia against them. I stated that I would not say anything terrible about them to Sophia, but I would also not force her to be in relationships with individuals who did not prioritize her well-being. Martin has made several attempts to bring up the possibility of Sophia meeting the baby. I informed him that when he was ready to have that conversation with me present, and Sophia would not be expected to help with childcare tasks, we could talk about it. Martin claimed I was being domineering. I replied I was being protective. Sophia and I have been in our apartment for 3 months now. She got into a rhythm and stopped asking when we were going back to Daddy's house. She enjoys her new school and has found friends in our area. She enjoys herself during weekends with Martin, but she always looks relieved to return to our quiet apartment. Sophia questioned me last week why Daddy's family no longer comes to see us. I informed her that when grown-ups cannot agree on anything, they require space from one another. Sophia said she missed Grandma and Grandpa, but not as much as she expected. I explained it was fine and her feelings might change as she grew older. Sophia also mentioned that Daddy appears happier when it's just the two of them. She mentioned that when they went to Grandma's house last month, Daddy seemed quiet and stressed. I asked Sophia how she felt about that. She stated she didn't enjoy it when Daddy was upset, so she was relieved they spent most of their time at his place. Now I haven't fully ruled out Sophia establishing a relationship with Martin's family someday, but it must be on terms that prioritize Sophia's emotional well-being. If they cannot understand that Sophia deserves to be valued and safeguarded, they do not deserve to have access to her. Martin has been a better father since the divorce than he was while we were married. When it's just him and Sophia, he gives her his full attention, he doesn't take phone calls from his family during their time together, and he organizes activities Sophia will appreciate. I believe that by removing the pressure of balancing everyone's needs, he has been able to focus more on Sophia. Would I have wanted to save our marriage? Perhaps a year ago, I might have said yes. But now I realize that Sophia is happier and more secure with parents who live apart but prioritize her than she was with parents who live together but frequently fought about whose needs came first. Sophia will turn 6 next month. I'm throwing a party at our apartment for her new classmates from school in the neighborhood. Martin asked if he could come, so I replied yes. It will be fascinating to see whether anyone in his family plans anything else for July 15th this year. I know some people believe I ruined my marriage over one day. However, it was never about one day. It was a pattern of Sophia coming second to everyone else's desires and requirements. Sophia deserves to be someone's top priority. And now she understands that she is mine. My sister-in-law wore white to my wedding, called me a burden, and tried to ruin my marriage. Now she's in jailed and cut off from her own family. I am 29, a female, and have been deaf since birth. I use sign language and can read lips rather well. Adrian, my 32-year-old husband, studied sign language when we first started dating 6 years ago. He's great at it now, and we communicate flawlessly. His family appeared tolerant at first, particularly his parents, who made an attempt to learn basic signs. But then there's his older sister, Sabine, who is 36 years old. She is a nurse at a famous hospital, and has always considered herself the family's golden child. She married Martin, a 39-year-old lawyer, and they have 3 children. She made it apparent from the beginning that she believed Adrian could outperform me. The problem began tiny. At family dinners she would purposefully turn aside when speaking so that I couldn't read her lips. When Adrian would interpret for me, she'd roll her eyes and say how tiring it must be for him to continually translate. She never learnt a single sign, despite Adrian's many offers to teach her. Things worsened when Adrian and I became engaged 3 years ago. Sabine cornered me at the engagement party and told me I was being selfish by forcing Adrian learn a new language solely for me. She suggested that I reconsider whether I was the ideal person for him, given that there were so many hearing women who did not require such adjustments. I told Adrian later that night. He was outraged and addressed her immediately. She denied saying anything harsh, claiming I misunderstood due to my disabilities. This became her normal answer whenever I mentioned her behavior, which I had misinterpreted owing to my hearing loss. The wedding planning process was torturous. Sabine immersed herself into everything, constantly questioning our decisions. She informed Adrian's mother that having a sign language interpreter at the wedding was unnecessary and expensive. She suggested we print out the ceremony wording so I could follow along. Adrian disinvited her from the wedding party after learning the truth. She showed up uninvited at my bridal shower and delivered a lecture about how marriage necessitates constant communication and compromise. She continued to emphasize the term communication while gazing directly at me. Several visitors later expressed how uncomfortable it made them. Last year, at our wedding, she wore pure white, neither ivory or cream. She claimed it was an accident, and the dress seemed different in the store lighting. During the reception, she gave a toast, saying how glad she was that Adrian had met someone who valued him despite his sacrifice. She never said my name once. The worst event occurred 7 months ago. Adrian and I went house hunting and found our dream home. It was within our budget and ideal for us. Sabine found out and contacted the realtor while claiming to be me. She informed them that we were no longer interested and requested that they delete the listing. We lost the house to a different buyer before we could resolve the misunderstanding. When we confronted her, she said that she was attempting to safeguard Adrian from making a financial mistake. She said the residence was in a terrible neighborhood and I wouldn't have been able to hear danger approaching. Adrian informed her she was acting inappropriately, but she simply shrugged and claimed someone had to watch out for his best interests. Adrian was promoted 3 months ago at his engineering firm. It came with a substantial rise and improved perks. We were partying at his parents' place when Sabine showed up unexpectedly. She complimented Adrian, but then questioned whether I deserved any credit for his accomplishments. She mentioned that Adrian had spent money on sign language classes, deaf community events, and assistive equipment for our home. She calculated that he had spent more than $6,000 over the previous 3 years on what she referred to as my special needs. She indicated that without these fees and distractions, he would have received a promotion sooner. Adrian's father finally stepped out and told Sabine she was being unkind, but she pushed back, saying someone needed to point out that Adrian was sacrificing his own potential for my constraints. She claimed she had observed him become estranged from his previous pals, because they were unable to interact properly with me. I exited the room and sat in the backyard. Adrian found me 25 minutes later and claimed he had told Sabine to leave. His parents apologized excessively, but I could see they were uncomfortable with the entire thing. The breaking point happened 4 weeks ago. Adrian had worked late on a large project, so I went to his parents' place alone for Sunday supper. Sabine was present with her family. Without Adrian present, she became more daring. She began speaking with her children about impairments, making sure I could see her lips. She described how some people are born differently, making life difficult for those around them. She explained that when people face constraints, their family members must make sacrifices and give up items they desire. Her 9-year-old kid inquired whether this meant Uncle Adrian was upset because of me. Sabine agreed, explaining that individuals sometimes stay in relationships out of pity rather than love. She claimed Adrian was too nice to confess he'd made a mistake, but everyone could see how difficult his life had become. I quickly texted Adrian. He left work and came in about 15 minutes. Sabine attempted to deny everything, but Adrian's mother had heard enough to prove what transpired. Adrian was as angry as I'd ever seen him. He informed Sabine that she was no longer welcome in our home and that we would not be attending any family functions with her. Sabine laughed, claiming he was confirming her point about how I was isolating him from his family. She promised to be patient and wait for him to come to his senses, but she would not pretend to accept a marriage that was clearly harming her brother. Adrian's parents attempted to mediate, but he was done. He informed them that they had to pick between supporting our marriage and enabling Sabine's actions. He said we wouldn't come around until Sabine experienced serious consequences for her conduct. Adrian sat down with me that night and apologized for not doing enough to protect me. He explained that he had been hopeful Sabine would ultimately come around, but now he knew she was purposefully sabotaging our relationship. He promised that things will change. The next day, he called his parents and stated his demands. Sabine needs to recognize her actions, honestly apologize, and promise to treat me with respect. If she didn't do it, we were going to lose contact with the entire family. His parents implored us not to make them pick sides. Adrian's mother sobbed and said the family would be ruined if we broke touch. Adrian's father recommended family counseling, but Adrian believed the time for half measures had passed. Adrian's mother received Sabine's letter the following day. She refused to apologize for caring about her brother's happiness. She said that everything she had done was motivated by love and compassion. She told Adrian that if he wanted to abandon his family because his wife was hurt, he could. So here we are. It's been 2 weeks since we lost communication with Adrian's family. His parents keep calling and messaging, imploring us to rethink. They say Sabine is remorseful and wants to make things right, but she has not contacted us directly. Adrian appears to be good with the decision, but I know he is battling. He's been quiet recently, and I discovered him glancing at old family photos. I never meant to come between him and his family, but I can't keep putting up with Sabine's brutality. I'm not sure what the appropriate solution is here. A part of me wonders if I should just put up with Sabine's conduct to keep Adrian's family intact. But another part of me is tired of being viewed as a burden and a mistake. Am I wrong to support Adrian's decision to cut ties with his family? Should I encourage him to try to reconcile with Sabine, even if she has shown no genuine remorse? Update 1. I did not want to update this quickly, but something happened that changed everything. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Reading your replies made me realize that I hadn't overreacted to Sabine's behavior. Adrian and I hadn't spoken with his family in 6 weeks when his father called last Tuesday. He sounded different and more serious than usual. He asked if we could meet for coffee because he wanted to tell us something crucial concerning Sabine. We arranged to meet at a neutral location. Adrian's father appeared exhausted and older. He apologized even again for not standing up to Sabine sooner, and then offered a bombshell that explained everything. Sabine has been lying about her nursing career for the previous 9 months. She'd been sacked from the prominent hospital where she worked, but she kept telling everyone she was still employed there. She'd been leaving the house every day to spend time at coffee shops or the mall, then returning home with made-up stories about her workday. The reason for her dismissal was serious. She had been discovered fabricating patient records and had been reported by several co-workers for unethical behavior toward patients with disabilities. Apparently, she made some deaf and blind people wait longer for attention and refused to make appropriate modifications. Martin, her husband, found out 3 weeks ago when the hospital called to ask for Sabine to discuss some final paperwork. That's when everything began to unravel. Sabine had been utilizing their savings to give the impression that she was still working. She had spent more than $18,000 in 9 months without Martin's knowledge. Martin was devastated. He'd been puzzled why their finances appeared tight despite Sabine's apparent consistent income. He'd been taking on extra legal work and reducing family spending while Sabine was quietly depleting their funds. But here's what made my blood run cold. Adrian's father stated Martin had begun compiling a history of Sabine's behavior, and he had seen that her treatment of me had deteriorated dramatically around the time she was fired. Martin believed Sabine was projecting her career failures and fears on me. Adrian asked his father why he was telling us this now. His father stated that Martin intended to file for divorce and wanted to ensure that we know the truth before Sabine attempted to manipulate the matter further. Martin was concerned that Sabine would blame me for the family's breakdown, rather than accept responsibility for her own conduct. We thanked Adrian's father for the information and requested time to process it. Adrian remained quiet for quite some time while we drove home. Finally, he admitted that he felt horrible thinking about how Sabine had used me as a scapegoat for her own difficulties. The following day, Martin called Adrian personally. He apologized for not noticing Sabine's actions toward me sooner. He claimed he was so preoccupied with work and the kids that he missed Sabine's deteriorating mental health and professional issues. Martin provided more information concerning Sabine's job position. She has been written up several times for making insensitive remarks to patients and families. The final occurrence concerned a young deaf child who required regular surgery. Sabine had battled with the family over whether a sign language interpreter was required, the patient's care, while she debated with her supervisor about the delaying accommodation. The hospital had security footage of Sabine rolling her eyes and making dismissive gestures while the family was not present. They fired her immediately and tagged her record to keep her from working at other hospitals in the network. Sabine had been in a downward spiral since the firing, according to Martin, but she was too proud to admit it. Instead, she convinced herself that the hospital discriminated against her and that disabled patients were overly demanding. She had been supporting these views by directing her animosity toward me. Adrian inquired of Martin as to what Sabine had told others about her job loss. Martin stated that she had been saying that the hospital was reducing staff and her position had been abolished. She had informed some individuals that she was taking time off to spend with her family, while others knew she was thinking about changing careers. The lies became increasingly difficult to sustain, especially when people asked specific inquiries about her profession. Martin claimed Sabine had grown increasingly defensive and paranoid, believing that everyone was judging her. Sabine unexpectedly arrived at our place 3 days following Martin's phone call. Adrian answered the door and instructed her to leave immediately. She began crying and stated that she needed to explain everything. She said Martin was lying about her job position and attempting to turn everyone against her because he wanted a divorce. Sabine explained that she had been attempting to keep Adrian from making a mistake by marrying me, but she had now recognized she had been mistaken. She begged forgiveness and pledged to do better. She stated that she had been under a lot of stress and had not been thinking clearly. Adrian didn't let her in. He informed her that we knew the truth about her employment and her lies. Sabine's expression shifted totally. She grew enraged after the tears ceased. She said Martin had no right to reveal her private information, and that we were all conspiring against her. She began ranting about how unfair it was that everyone was supporting me while she was the one who had lost everything. She told me I should be thankful Adrian had a family who cared enough to challenge his decisions. She asserted that without her intervention, Adrian would have committed a far worse error. Adrian closed and locked the door. Sabine hammered on it for a few minutes before strolling around our house looking through the windows. Adrian called the police non-emergency line to report trespassers on our land. They arrived soon and led Sabine away when she refused to leave voluntarily. The officers stated that they would file a complaint and that we may seek a restraining order if Sabine continued to harass us. They also stated that Sabine appeared intoxicated or under the influence of something, despite her claim that she was simply unhappy. That evening, Martin called to apologize for Sabine's actions. He claimed she had been drinking during the day and had grown more erratic since he filed for divorce. He explained that he was documenting everything for the custody hearings and asked if we would be ready to make a statement on Sabine's harassment. Adrian agreed to help with Martin's case. We spent the next day documenting everything Sabine had done over the previous 4 years, including dates and witnesses where applicable. It was tiring to relive everything, but it was also reassuring to have the pattern of behavior laid out clearly. Martin's attorney contacted us the following week. They stated that our documentation would be useful in determining Sabine's pattern of targeted harassment and unstable behavior. They also cautioned us that Sabine's attempts to contact us would grow as the divorce procedures progressed. Adrian's parents called the same day. They'd learned of Sabine's job loss and likely divorce. Adrian's mother was distraught to discover Sabine had been lying to them for months. Adrian's father was furious that he had been justifying Sabine's actions without knowing the complete story. They asked whether we'd be willing to have supper with them to discuss things further. Adrian stated we needed more time, but we appreciated their willingness to listen now that they realized what was going on. Sabine attempted to call Adrian several times over the next few days, but he blocked her number after the first call turned into another screaming confrontation. She then began phoning from various numbers, and we stopped taking strange calls completely. Yesterday, we received a letter from Sabine's new address. Apparently she is currently staying with her cousin. The letter was supposed to be an apology, but it was actually more of a blame shift. She admitted that she had made mistakes, but claimed that everyone had overreacted. She insisted that if people had simply listened to her warnings about our marriage, none of this would have occurred. Adrian threw away the letter before finishing it. He stated he was done allowing Sabine to influence us. The person he had grown up with was either no longer alive, or had never lived at all. I keep thinking about how Sabine made me doubt myself and my relationship with Adrian. I now realize she was projecting her own failures and fears onto us. It does not justify what she did, but it does make sense now. Martin has been checking in on a frequent basis to ensure our safety. He sincerely regrets not noticing Sabine's conduct sooner. He's also concerned about how this will influence his children, who are perplexed as to why their mother is acting so strangely. We still have no touch with Sabine. Adrian's parents clearly want to re-establish their relationship with us, but we're doing things slowly. Trust takes time to re-establish, and we need to witness consistent changes in how they treat Sabine before we fully re-engage. For the time being, we're focused on getting things done and keeping the peace. The reality about Sabine's predicament has made life easier in certain ways. We don't worry if we overreacted anymore. Update 2. The situation with Sabine has taken unexpected turns. Martin's divorce proceedings have progressed, and Sabine's behavior has become more erratic, as she has lost control of her narrative. Sabine began showing up at areas where she knew we would be about 4 weeks ago. First, it was the grocery store, where we go every Saturday morning. She followed us throughout the aisles, attempting to initiate conversations and making comments on the products in our cart. When Adrian ordered her to leave us alone, she became so loud that other customers stared. The store manager had to escort her out because she wouldn't quit following us. They threatened to ban her from the store if she produced any more disturbances. We began shopping in a different location to prevent further encounters. Then she arrived at Adrian's job. She approached the reception desk and claimed to be there for a family emergency. Adrian was summoned by security and discovered Sabine in the lobby, crying and pleading with him for an urgent conversation concerning their father's condition. Adrian's father was fine. It was entirely manufactured. Adrian's supervisor had to intervene when Sabine refused to leave after Adrian informed her that the meeting had ended. They ended up phoning building security to have her removed. Adrian had to fill out an incident report with HR and explain the entire family scenario to his manager. The most distressing occurrence occurred 3 weeks ago. Sabine somehow obtained my work schedule and waited outside my office building after hours. I came out around 6:30 p.m. and discovered her sitting in her car in the parking lot. She got out and approached me as I headed towards my car. She appeared calmer than normal and asked if we could talk for 10 minutes. She stated she wanted to clear the air and admit that she had been mistaken about everything. I told her I didn't want to discuss and that she should stop coming to my office. She stated she drove an hour to get there, and the least I could do was listen to her. When I kept walking towards my car, she grabbed my arm. I quickly drew away and warned her not to touch me. She burst into tears, claiming that everyone was treating her like a monster despite the fact that all she had ever done was care for her family. She claimed Martin was poisoning everyone against her and that I was the only person who could help her reconcile with Adrian. I went into my car and shut the doors. Sabine stood outside for some minutes, alternately tapping on the window and simply staring at me. I called Adrian, who promptly called the police as he drove to my position. The officers arrived before Adrian. They discovered Sabine still standing next to my car, stating that she was simply attempting to have a discussion, and that I was overreacting. They took both of our statements and informed Sabine that she may be arrested for harassment if she continued this behavior. Adrian came just as the police were wrapping up. Sabine attempted to approach him, but one of the officers stood between them. She began ranting about how everyone was ganging up on her and that she was being treated unfairly simply because she cared for her brother. Given Sabine's escalating behavior and the pattern of harassment, the police suggested we petition for a restraining order. They said that showing up at both of our employment and following us to stores demonstrated she was deliberately tracking our travels, which crossed the line from family drama to stalking. We filed the paperwork the following day. Adrian had to offer a thorough timeline of Sabine's actions, including occurrences before we learned about her job loss. The court clerk stated our case was strong, and the temporary order would most certainly be approved swiftly. Sabine was served with the restraining order papers 4 days later. Martin contacted to let us know that she had a total meltdown when she received them. She accused him of arranging the whole incident and claimed that everyone was out to destroy her life. She'd also called Adrian's parents, crying, and said we were attempting to get her arrested simply for loving her family too much. Adrian's mother called us that evening, quite upset. She stated Sabine seemed genuinely upset, and that perhaps we were going too far. Adrian told his mother about Sabine showing up at our job and physically grabbing me. His mother became quiet, saying she had no idea how terrible things had become. She apologized for questioning our decision and stated that she would back whatever we needed to do to keep secure. The interim restraining order was granted, mandating Sabine to keep at least 150 yards away from us, our house, and our workplaces. She was also barred from contacting us directly or via third parties. But Sabine could not let it alone. Last week she set up a phony social media account and began messaging Adrian's friends and co-workers with her version of events. She claimed that I had misled Adrian into breaking off contact with his family, and that we were using the judicial system to quiet her reasonable concerns. Several of Adrian's pals sent us the texts. Sabine had written long, rambling justifications about how she was simply trying to keep Adrian from making a mistake. She said she lost her job because she spent too much time worrying about our relationship, which was plainly false given what we knew about her dismissal. She had also begun posting mysterious remarks on her own social media pages about being punished for exposing the truth and how disabled individuals use their disabilities to deceive others. She never said my name, but anyone familiar with the circumstances would know who she was talking about. Martin's lawyer contacted us regarding the social media behavior. They argued it may be interpreted as indirect contact in breach of the restraining order. They told us to document everything and notify the court if it persisted. The social media abuse ended after Martin's lawyer issued Sabine a cease and desist letter, but she found another way to cause trouble. She began calling Adrian's job frequently, professing to be concerned about his well-being and inquiring if he appeared fine recently. She informed Adrian's receptionist that there was a family situation and that Adrian may require time off to deal with it. She called so frequently that Adrian's manager had to ban her phone number and notify building security to forbid her admission if she appeared again. Meanwhile, Martin's divorce lawsuit is moving forward. Sabine's lawyer withdrew from her case because she refused to stop contacting us despite their instructions. She had to find new representation, which delayed proceedings while also requiring her new lawyer to catch up on all of the drama. Martin expressed concern about Sabine's behavior during depositions. When questioned about her employment experience, she becomes irritated and defensive about how she treated me. Her new counsel has proposed that she have a psychological evaluation, which she has declined. The custody examination of Martin's children has been similarly illuminating. Sabine struggles to accept responsibility for her actions and frequently blames others for her issues, according to the court-appointed assessor. The evaluator was particularly concerned about Sabine's anger toward me and how it would affect the children's exposure to discrimination. Adrian's parents have tried to maintain contact with both Martin's children and us. They're treading a fine line between wanting to encourage their daughter and realizing that her behavior has been wrong. They've stopped attempting to persuade us to reconcile with Sabine and are now focusing on restoring their connection with us. 2 days ago, we received a parcel with no return address. Inside, I found a printed copy of my birth medical records, as well as newspaper articles regarding deaf education programs and divorce rates among couples with one disabled partner. There was no letter, but we knew it came from Sabine. Adrian's parents had to have provided the medical records, as we had trusted them with such information years ago. Either Sabine took them without authorization, or someone gave them to her. We reported the parcel to the police for violating the restraining order. They're looking into how Sabine received the medical documents, which might be considered a separate felony depending on how she accessed them. Adrian contacted his parents to discuss the medical records. His mother burst into tears as she acknowledged Sabine had stolen numerous personal documents from their home while cleaning out some old photos a few months back. She didn't comprehend what Sabine had taken until now. The violation of medical privacy has left me more shaken than the other forms of harassment. These data contain intimate information that I had never shared with anyone other than Adrian. Sabine felt entitled to weaponize my private medical history, which demonstrates how far she is willing to go. Our lawyer is now pursuing for criminal charges in addition to the restraining order violation. They believe acquiring and distributing medical records without consent is a serious offense that, if proven, may lead to jail time. Adrian has been incredible throughout, but I can tell it's taking its toll on him. He's had to explain the situation to his boss, endure frequent workplace abuse, and watch his family fall apart. He never complains, but I know he is fatigued. We're taking extra precautions now, changing our habits, parking in new locations, and becoming more conscious of our surroundings. It's tiring to live this way, but we're not sure how far Sabine will go. The restraining order hearing is planned for next week, and we will want a permanent order. Given Sabine's growing behavior and many violations of the temporary injunction, our lawyer is optimistic that we will receive it. Martin claims Sabine is now living with different families since her cousin has grown tired of the commotion. She has burnt up the majority of her support system with her behavior and reluctance to accept responsibility for anything. Update 3. I'm posting this final report since the crisis has finally concluded, albeit not in the way everyone expected. The permanent restraining order was issued without objection. Sabine failed to appear for the court, which her lawyer explained was due to her being hospitalized the night before for what he loosely described as a medical issue. We later learned from Martin that Sabine had overdosed on sleeping medication. It wasn't apparent whether she did it on purpose or because she'd been drinking and lost track of how many she'd taken. In either case, she was hospitalized for 4 days before being moved to a psychiatric institute for examination. Martin explained that the children had been staying with his parents during Sabine's hospitalization. They'd been asking a lot of questions about why their mother was acting strangely, and Martin had been unsure how much to tell them. The psychological evaluation confirmed what many people suspected. Sabine was suffering from acute sadness and anxiety, which had deteriorated dramatically since losing her job. The evaluator also observed symptoms of a personality problem, which made it difficult for her to accept criticism or accept responsibility for her conduct. Sabine spent 3 weeks in a psychiatric hospital. When she was discharged, she had to continue outpatient treatment and take medication for her mental health problems. The judge in Martin's custody case ordered supervised visitation until Sabine demonstrated stability, but Sabine did not keep to the treatment plan. According to Martin, she went to a few treatment sessions before stopping. She claimed the therapist was biased against her and that everyone was attempting to convince her she was insane when she was the only one who saw things clearly. Sabine broke the restraining order again 5 weeks after she was released. She came to our house around 3 a.m., beating on the door and shouting that she needed to speak with Adrian immediately. She stated there was a family issue, and Adrian's father was in the hospital. We called the cops without even opening the door. When they arrived, Sabine was sitting on our doorstep crying. She informed them that she had been attempting to reach Adrian all day about their father's alleged heart attack, but we had blocked her calls. Adrian's father was fine and slept at home. There was no emergency. Sabine had manufactured the entire story. The police arrested her for violating the restraining order, and she spent the night in jail until posting bail the next morning. This was Sabine's third violation of the restraining order, including the medical records incident and the social media harassment. The prosecutor chose to file criminal charges, which might result in jail time. Sabine's counsel attempted to negotiate a plea agreement that included obligatory mental health treatment and probation rather than jail time, but Sabine refused to accept any settlement that forced her to confess responsibility. She claimed she was being persecuted for attempting to protect her family. The case went to trial 8 weeks ago. Sabine represented herself after firing her lawyer, alleging he was not representing her adequately. She used her time in court to complain about how the judicial system discriminates against concerned family members and how disabled people are overprotected. The judge repeatedly warned her to keep to the facts of the case. Sabine's behavior in court was unpredictable and disturbing. Within minutes, she would go from tears to violent shouting. Several people in the courtroom appeared uncomfortable with her demeanor. Adrian had to testify about the harassment and how it affected our lives. Sabine attempted to cross-examine him, asking pointed questions about if I had turned him against his family and whether he missed his previous life before meeting me. The judge cut off that line of questioning fast. Adrian's evidence was direct and factual. He simply explained what Sabine had done and how it had impacted us. He never commented harshly about Sabine, only about her behavior. I also testified about the incidents at my workplace, including the dread I felt when Sabine grabbed my arm in the parking lot. Sabine attempted to claim that she had barely touched me and that I was exaggerating due to my condition, which made me apprehensive about anyone approaching me. That comment actually worked against her. The judge stated that regardless of whether I had heightened awareness as a result of my deafness, she had made inappropriate physical contact with me and failed to leave me alone when asked. Sabine was found guilty of all charges after a jury deliberation of less than 3 hours. The judge sentenced her to 8 months in jail, followed by 3 years of probation, with required mental health therapy and no contact with our family. Sabine broke down when the sentence was read. She screamed that the system was crooked, and that we had all colluded to kill an innocent person who was only attempting to assist. Court security had to restrain her as she was led away. Martin stated that the children were perplexed and unhappy about their mother going to jail. He had been working with a family counselor to assist them understand the problem in an age-appropriate manner. Martin was heartbroken when the older child asked if their mother was a bad person. Adrian's parents were horrified by all that happened. They chastised themselves for failing to intervene sooner, and allowing Sabine's behavior to continue for years. Adrian's father claimed he thought Sabine had mental health concerns, but hoped she would seek help on her own. Over the last 6 months, we've gradually re-established contact with Adrian's parents. They've been respectful of our boundaries and haven't tried to shame us into forgiving Sabine or communicating with her once she's freed. They've also been there for Martin and the kids throughout this difficult period. Adrian's mother has been assisting with childcare and school pickups while Martin works. They've all agreed that Sabine must exhibit genuine transformation before they'll contemplate having her back in their lives. Sabine is now serving a jail sentence. Martin stated that she has been contacting him from jail, alternately apologizing and blaming everyone else for her condition. He stopped taking calls since they were distressing and unproductive. Her release date is still 5 months away. When she is released, she will be compelled to complete mental health therapy and maintain no contact with us. She will also be limited to supervised visitation with her children until her case is re-reviewed by the family court. Martin has begun the process of selling the house he shared with Sabine and relocating to an address she does not know. He wants a new beginning for himself and his children, away from the drama and memories of the last few years. Adrian and I are doing great. The constant stress and hypervigilance of dealing with Sabine's harassment have subsided, and we are returning to our usual lives. We've both learnt a lot about setting boundaries and safeguarding ourselves against toxic behavior. We purchased a house last month, not the one Sabine sabotaged, but one that is ideal for us. Adrian's parents assisted us with the move and appear to be relieved that we are situated and at ease. It felt good to share a great milestone with them after everything we'd been through. Adrian still feels guilty about the way things ended with Sabine. He wonders whether there was anything he could have done differently to help her before she became so out of control. But he also knows that Sabine made her own decisions, and that we needed to protect ourselves. The entire experience has revealed who our true family is. Those that support us and treat us with dignity, rather than those who share our DNA but make our life difficult. Adrian's parents have earned their way back into our lives by consistently supporting us. As for Sabine, I hope she gets the assistance she requires while incarcerated. Even if she changes, the damage to our relationship will be irreversible. Some bridges and trusts cannot be repaired or restored. We are now focusing on the future, rather than the previous turmoil. Life is too short to deal with individuals who are intent to make you unhappy, even if they are relatives. The restraining order will be in effect indefinitely. Sabine will have to petition the court to have it removed, which will require her to show real rehabilitation and regret. Given her history of refusing to accept responsibility for her misdeeds, we are not holding our breath. But that's fine. We've discovered that we don't need everyone's approval or understanding to live happily. Sometimes the best thing you can do is keep your cool and surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your well-being. My sister dragged me outside and humiliated me at her own engagement party. Her fiancé overheard everything, and now she wants me to lie to keep him. I am in dire need of an outside perspective right now, so please help me out if you can. Sorry if there is anything incorrect with this post. I'm also a little out of sorts psychologically, so this may come across as rambling. A few events in my life have left me in a difficult situation. I'm being blamed for causing difficulties in my sister's relationship, even though I didn't do anything. I didn't know her fiancé until we met at her engagement celebration. That was 3 days ago. Since then, everything has gone horribly wrong. My parents and sister have been constantly calling and harassing me. My Oma Helena says I'm right, but I'm just under a lot of strain right now. The truth is, my sister's fiancé is questioning their engagement after witnessing her mistreat me at the engagement party. Before I go into what happened, I need to give you some background on my life. My parents, Carl and Monica, 50 male and 50 female, have always despised me. It has been evident to me since I was born. I mean, I don't remember my early years, but as far as I recall, my parents detested me. I was, and still am, the family's ultimate black sheep. The black sheep and the scapegoat, to be specific. My sister Clara, 24, is 5 years younger than me. She is my parents' golden child and feels the same way they do about me. In fact, she hates me as much as my parents do. Growing up, I was neglected and later mistreated by everyone in my family. My parents frequently beat me, but they never screamed at my sister. They never hit me hard enough to leave a mark, and I was too afraid to tell anyone what was going on. Only my Oma Helena knew the whole truth, and other family members recognized that my parents weren't treating me properly. I was an antisocial kid with very few friends, so I couldn't tell anyone at school. Throughout my upbringing, I had to deal with a lot of abuse from my parents and even my sister. Clara may be younger than me, but she certainly did not see me as her elder. She basically learned to treat me brutally from my parents and would slap me frequently. I defended myself once, and I was starred for 2 days. After that, I basically gave up and started being her punching bag, so certainly my parents and sister were never delighted to have me in their lives. This is a condensed version, so you must make do with this backstory. Please don't expect me to tell you everything about the abuse because I don't want to discuss it too much. I'm not here to share my sob story. I just need some advice to determine whether I'm being an idiot. I suppose you understand when I tell that I haven't spoken to my parents or sister since I turned 18. I didn't want to be somewhere I wasn't wanted. They didn't miss me. So, after receiving poor marks in college, I began working a minimum wage job and doing my best to provide for myself. It wasn't easy, and I'm still not financially secure. But I'm doing okay for myself. I even made a buddy or two. Anyway, back to the core issue. After more than a decade of not communicating, my sister invited me to her engagement celebration. I swear I wanted to giggle when I received my invitation. My Oma Helena told me that my sister acquired my address and phone number from her because she wanted me to attend her engagement celebration. I'm still not sure why. Perhaps for looks or something. I wasn't excited about going, but my folks called and asked me to come. They were surprisingly friendly on the phone, so I assumed that showing there wouldn't hurt. Well, I was mistaken. My parents and sister began to ignore me after exchanging pleasantries and presenting me to Clara's fiancé, Luca. I don't know his age. He appeared like a kind guy, and my Oma Helena verified it. I was minding my own thing and preparing to depart early, as my parents and sister had nearly become strangers to me after all these years. But I held back since Luca continued attempting to speak to me. I believe he wanted to get to know me since I was going to be his sister-in-law. I had no idea why, because I assumed he would detest me just as much as my sister did. After all, he was going to be her spouse. He appeared really interested in learning more about me, and he even invited me to lunch the next day with him and my sister. I just gave him a generic reply because I didn't know what to say. I was pretty confident my sister would not want to be around me. Clara observed that Luca and I were speaking. She dragged me onto the grass and started yelling at me to stay away from Luca. Then she went on a rant about how I shouldn't even consider returning to the family because the invitation was only for show. She said some horrible things about me, which I would not repeat here. Her points were that no one loved me, that everyone despised me, that no one wanted me back in the family, and most importantly, that I would always be the unwanted child. I'd always been. None of her rants surprised me because I had heard them all before. The trouble is that Luca overheard the talk when he was outside smoking. I'm not sure what happened next, because I went home after my sister kicked me out of the party. 2 days later, however, my sister and dad began to blow up my phone, accusing me of wrecking Clara's life and breaking off her engagement. According to my understanding, Luca disliked the way Clara handled me. He said nothing at the party, but when they got home, they had a big quarrel. Luca appears to be considering calling off the engagement because he has never seen Clara like this before. I'm not sure what happened, but here's what I concluded from my parents' and sister's violent outbursts at me. They are now trying to force me to speak with Luca and explain that everything was done in good faith. I realize this seems silly, but it is what they want me to do. They want me to lie to Luca and tell him that we all adore each other and are simply squabbling like regular sisters. Honestly, I'm beating myself up for even going to the party. I don't want to lie to anyone or pretend that my sister isn't abusive. I do not want to pretend that I love my sister and she loves me. I chatted with my Oma Helena, and she is solidly on my side. She also suggested that Luca go away because Clara does not deserve such a nice man. I thought I was doing the right thing by ignoring my parents and sister, but they haven't stopped the harassing. I wish it would all go away by itself, but that is unlikely. Their remarks are starting to get to me. I've been thinking about just doing whatever they want so they won't bother me. But then again, I didn't do anything, and am being accused for absolutely no reason. What do you all think I should do? Ida for not lying to someone and pretending to have a loving sister. Edit. Many of you have asked why my parents always treated me this way. Some of you have suggested that I did something to make them detest me. Yes, I did something. I made a mistake by being born. I'm not making this up. My parents always say that having me was a mistake. My parents had only been married a few months when Monica discovered she was pregnant with me. They were young and not prepared to have children. They are strongly pro-life and did not want to get rid of me. I believe my parents continued to indulge and enable my sister's behavior because they felt it was unjust of me to disrupt their picture of a perfect family. At this point, I'm not sure why they believed assaulting their daughter would be the best way to handle this. That is something you should ask Carl and Monica. I wish they had adopted me out or something. It's a joke to call them my family. They detest me because I took away their hopes. They despise me because I didn't let them enjoy a few carefree years before settling down and starting a family. My sister was the intended child, therefore they loved her more and thought she was their ideal daughter. I understand that it is not my fault that I was born, but that logic does not fly with them. They see me as the villain, the terrible youngster who must be punished. Update 1. Guys, I am completely blown away by the replies to my post. I figured I was probably NTA, but the consensus is certainly overwhelming for me. Your words have also made me realize how horrible things have been for me. I'll admit that I have a tendency to shut off and act unconcerned about things. My past, and even my present, are difficult to cope with, so I have a habit of suppressing my emotions and pretending that all of the abuse has had no effect on me. I understand that this is a coping technique I created to deal with childhood trauma. I really can't give in to my emotions anymore because I'm scared of having a mental breakdown and ending up in a hospital ward. I don't really have anyone to rely on, so I can't lose myself in my thoughts. That is one of the main reasons I've avoided thinking about my family in detail. Some of you have written some excellent points regarding how my parents were abusive to the point where CPS should have intervened. I didn't like you guys criticizing my Oma Helena for not bringing me away sooner. She is a frail woman with a variety of health conditions that would make her an unsuitable caregiver for me. So, if she had contacted CPS, I would most likely have been placed in foster care. Yes, she asked around, but no one was available to take me in. I don't blame them. None of us are from wealthy households. My relatives and aunts have their own children and don't have enough money to feed another mouth without jeopardizing their income. I carry no resentment toward them. It was not their obligation to correct Carl and Monica's blunders. They did try to talk to my parents and convince them that what they were doing was wrong. Carl and Monica had threatened to take me away and deny me access to them. I guess that intimidated them enough not to press the issue. They also punished me harshly for involving the family. So I soon stopped telling people that things were horrible at home. I believe I should accept some responsibility for closing down and not communicating with my extended family after a period. Anyway, I realize now that I shouldn't have shut myself down. Regardless of how difficult it was, I should have spoken up and blasted my family to everyone they knew. I accept this and feel prepared to take small moves in the correct path. After hearing all of your advice, I contacted a close friend and showed her the article. Then I poured my heart out to her and, as expected, broke down in her flat. I asked her to help, and she did. She signed me up for therapy and promised to support me as I tackled my issues. I'll be eternally grateful for her help. Carl, Monica, and Clara continue to blow up my phone whenever they can. I've chosen to move in with Sophie for a while since I don't think I can cope alone right now. She has been an angel, assisting me with all I could possibly need. There is one issue that has bothered me a little. Clara's fiancé has been contacting and begging me to meet with him. Clara advised him he should hear the truth from me since he was overreacting to everything. My sister and parents are persuaded that I will do whatever they want and make up stories about how Clara's treatment of me is simply sisterly love. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Luca. I'm not sure if I should just block him and move on, or meet him and give him the real truth. Mentally, I'm still a mess, therefore I don't trust my judgment right now. Perhaps you can help me with this one. Update 2. I heard you loud and clear. I got it. I need to talk to Luca. He needs to know what kind of lady he will marry. There is always the risk that what happened to my parents will happen to them. I am almost certain that Clara will end up abusing their child, just as my parents did, because it is all normal and justified in her perspective. There's also the fact that Luca is a nice guy who doesn't deserve to be with a frigid witch like my sister. I carefully considered my options and concluded that it would be better to meet with Luca and tell him everything. I want to do it before I go to the therapist because I'm very sure I won't be mentally stable after telling him everything. At least for the time being, I can seem to be unconcerned and express the truth without bursting into tears. I've already texted Luca and scheduled a meeting with him. I've also saved all of the texts my sister and parents sent me so I can show Luca. I don't think he'd refuse to trust my tale, but it's always good to have some backup evidence. We will meet tomorrow, as he has requested, and I will be accompanied by Sophie. She will sit far away and only intervene or become engaged if I have a meltdown or anything. I'm dreading the meeting since talking about the past is starting to get to me. I'm constantly weary and have to take time off work to deal with everything. Fortunately, my manager is really pleasant and does not go about canceling leaves for fun. No, he does not know the entire story and I prefer it that way. Telling a friend and a group of strangers nearly sent me into a tailspin. I don't want my coworkers to know about my sad life. So for the time being, they will remain in the dark. As for Luca, I hope I have the strength to tell him the entire thing so he can avoid marrying my demon sister. Update 3. I met up with Luca last night. It was not a quiet, tranquil or collected talk. I anticipated to go insane, but not to this extent. It's unpleasant to let go of pent-up rage and frustration. It becomes unsightly and dirty. That's exactly what happened during yesterday's meeting. When I went to speak with Luca, I noticed immediately away that he looked terrible. I may not know him well, but I've been the man before. He appeared absolutely broken and untidy. We attempted to make small talk, but the elephant in the room needed to be addressed. He just asked me to tell him about my relationship with my sister and our family. I did exactly that. I told him everything. I attempted to keep a straight face while I gave him the entire story of my life up to that point. Clara and my dad had not ceased contacting and tormenting me. I showed him all of the texts and allowed him go through my conversations with them. It took us both around 3 hours to recover. He was crying, so was I, and Sophie was trying to keep us from passing out or whatever. I'm so glad I took her with me. Sophie could tell I was about to have a meltdown. She intervened and calmed me down, preventing me from losing my sanity. Luca was also concerned about me and kept reminding me that I didn't have to feel obligated to tell him everything. But I do not know, fellas. It was good to get everything out. Perhaps it prepared me a little for what I would encounter in therapy. Besides, I had to tell Luca everything so he could make his own judgments. It was a very difficult conversation. Luca informed me that he had no idea how horrible things were. Clara constantly told him that I wasn't available because I was too busy with work and other commitments. He had no cause to suspect anything. Carl and Monica had been really nice to him, so he had no doubts that they were excellent people. That was it till the engagement celebration. Luca admitted that it was pure luck that he overheard our chat, but he is glad he did. Ever since that day, he had been wondering if the woman he had fallen in love with was real. He actually asked Clara for some space, but she reacted angrily. Clara kept telling him he was exaggerating and that sisters are always cruel to each other. Fortunately, Luca did not buy any of it. He is a single child. Yet he has other female cousins who also have sisters. He has never seen anyone be so disrespectful to their sister before. Unlike Clara, he has empathy and the emotional capacity to discriminate between right and wrong. Luca has worked hard to get Clara to tell him the entire tale. When she kept gaslighting him, Luca decided to phone my parents and attempt to figure out what was happening. Carl and Monica, of course, stated the same thing as Clara, and even tried to convince Luca that I must have done something terrible to Clara to cause trouble. My adoring parents portrayed me as a selfish, miserable, drama-loving person who spoils everything because I am envious of my sister. Luca still didn't believe them. When he phoned my Oma Helena, she told him the truth. He was outraged and promptly informed Clara that the wedding was off. She raged, cried, and became hysterical. She kept telling him he was exaggerating, and Oma Helena was lying because I was her golden grandchild. Luca was perplexed and overwhelmed by everything, and he had no idea what to do. Then Clara naively gave him my phone number and ordered him to call me to explain everything. Clara of course expected me to say what she wanted him to hear, so she urged him to contact me. She had no idea I'd say no to her and my parents' requests. I didn't bother clarifying her misconceptions after a few responses on my end. I had previously written this piece and understood what I needed to do. I didn't tell Luca about the post, but I did tell him everything else that was going on. Sophie filled in the blanks when I couldn't talk anymore. At the end of the meeting, both Luca and I were too emotionally exhausted to discuss what would come next. After I returned home, Luca texted me to say he was leaving my sister for good. Calling off the engagement was not enough. He didn't want anything to do with a woman who was terrible on the inside. I haven't received any angry texts from Clara or my parents, so I'm thinking he hasn't followed through on his plan yet. For the time being, I'm going to keep quiet and focus on regaining control of my feelings. I know things are going to turn bad in the next several days, so I need to brace myself. I may not be able to provide an update as quickly as I would want. And I hope you understand. Update 4. Hello there. I am still alive and passing myself off as a productive adult. I'm sorry I couldn't return sooner for an update. As you can see, a lot has happened since my previous post. I knew I'd need time to provide an update, but I didn't realize it would take 3 months. Today has been one of my better days, so I thought I'd come here and provide an update. I greatly appreciate all of your comments on my post. They warmed my heart and kept me going even throughout the darkest times of my life. I suppose you'd be pleased to hear that things are finally looking up for me, but good things come at a high cost. When I last updated, Luca had not spoken with my sister about ending their relationship. He accomplished it only 3 days later. He wanted to move his key belongings to a safe location before ending the relationship. He was making arrangements because he was concerned that my sister might become violent and aggressive, among other things. He was totally correct, and thank God he got to a secure spot before breaking up with Clara. Luca had moved to a friend's home with his crucial documents and belongings. He then called my sister and informed her that it was over. She didn't take it well. First, she cried and begged Luca not to abandon her. Then she informed him that she would do anything to win him back, even starting to treat me better, if it meant keeping him. Clara went insane because Luca refused to listen to her cries for reconciliation. I'm not exaggerating here. Clara literally went berserk. She sent him recordings of herself trashing the house and ruining anything Luca couldn't transport to his friend's residence. Then she started showing up at his friends' places looking for him. She even threatened them when they informed her that Luca was not with them. Clara went to his parents' house and caused such a mess that the cops had to be called. She got off without being warned, but she didn't take it seriously. Clara then showed up at his workplace, but security refused to let her in. What did she do then? She waited and followed him to his friend's home. Things became heated there, so the friend had to interfere and call the cops on Clara. She escaped before they could apprehend her. Then she had the nerve to show up at my workplace and attempt to run me over with her car as I was wrapping up my shift at the restaurant. This is my second job, so she knew I'd be working the evening shift. Thank goodness I recognized her automobile and was able to get away without being crushed. I had to go to the hospital for a fractured arm after falling while trying to move out of the path. Don't worry, it wasn't something serious, by God's grace. That mad woman could have killed me. I don't want to go into detail about what happened next because I was simply not in a good mood. Things transpired, cops got involved, and charges were filed. Sophie did the majority of the heavy lifting, as did Luca, who came to help me while I rested. My relatives, uncles and Oma Helena all rallied around me. After a long period, I felt as if I had finally received the love and attention I had longed for. It did not originate from Carl or Monica, but from my extended family. My parents blamed me for everything. They wrote me some nasty texts saying that it was all my fault and that I deserved to die because I sent Clara to jail. Again, I don't want to go into depth since I'll be triggered again. The issue hasn't been totally resolved, but it appears that my sister will spend some time in jail and give me compensation. I'm pretty sure that will come out of Carl and Monica's pockets because Clara practically has nothing to her name. My extended family all much cut them off, and my Oma Helena disowned them forever. Carl and Monica attempted to sue me for this, but fortunately, I had restraining orders in place by then. Things were pretty bad for me for the first 2 months because coping with everything was exhausting. I went to therapy and am still seeing a psychiatrist about my trauma, but don't worry too much about me, I'm actually doing much better now. Yes, there are days when I feel absolutely hopeless and miserable, but I'm learning to cope in a healthy way. I have to add that my roommate has been my rock throughout this. Also, credit where it is due. Luca has been really helpful and supportive right now. He has his own restraining order against Clara, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He also has a good support system, which is beneficial to him. So, yeah, everything that could go wrong did go wrong, but I escaped with minor injuries. I shall be eternally grateful for that. I've been thinking of moving away, but I really don't want to be apart from my Oma Helena, who isn't in great condition right now. All of this has had a negative impact on her health. That concludes my update to you. I will not be posting any more updates because I am hopeful that things will calm down from here on out. I'm doing my best to move on, so I needed to offer one final thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. I have taken all of your advice and will carry it with me for the rest of my life.